Senator Professor Tom Ojanda, you have 4 statements. You may read all of them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 4 statements this afternoon. The first statement is on the employment of persons above the mandatory age, retirement age in Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labour and Social Welfare regarding the employment of persons above the mandatory retirement age in Kisumu County. The Constitution of Kenya and the County Governments Act 2012 establishes the various apparatus and modalities a county must consider in employing persons in various positions. Further, according to the policy of the national government, except for a few exemptions such as the judiciary, the retirement age for categories of various civil servants was revised in 2009 and set at 60 years and 65 for those different categories. The Public Service Commission also provides that once a public officer has attained the retirement age, the officer shall retire from the service with effect from the date of attaining the age. Despite all these provisions, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Kisumu County Government has proceeded to employ in its ranks persons who are above the mandatory age in contravention of the law. In the statement, the county should, 1, state the county's policy on employing retirees, disclosing the number of individuals employed under this category, providing details of their contracts, job descriptions, and remuneration. 2, state the justification for hiring retirees over potentially more resourceful, younger candidates and Gen Zs, the process used for selecting the retirees, and the measures put in place to ensure that employing retirees does not hinder career advancement for younger employees or hinder effectiveness and impact of service delivery on organization performance. And lastly, table a report assessing the retirees' skills, experience, and suitability for various positions. Mr. Speaker, my second statement is on the level of disaster preparedness in Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Order 53 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations concerning the level of disaster preparedness in Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, Kisumu County has been severely affected by floods, impacting on over 5,000 residents in the most recent incident. The county government should prioritize on disaster preparedness in its plans to safeguard the lives and property of the citizens. In the statement, the committee should, Mr. Speaker, 1, provide an overview of disaster preparedness mechanisms in Kisumu County, including plans, policies, resources, verifying whether at least 2% of the budget is allocated to the County Emergency Fund as per the PFM, and explain the utilization of funds from the year 2017 to date. 2, assess the existence and effectiveness of an early warning system for floods and landslides in Kisumu, stating whether flood mitigation measures such as drainage systems, flood barriers, and dike construction have been implemented in flood-prone areas, and providing a breakdown of the costs incurred. 3, describe how the county government coordinates with the national government, NGOs, and CBOs to enhance disaster preparedness and response efforts. 4th, evaluate the technical capacity and availability of trained personnel, equipment, and emergency shelters for flood-related incidents, and clarify whether there are measures in place to address the needs of vulnerable populations such as children, elderly persons, and persons with disabilities. Explain how the county government coordinates with the national government and other stakeholders to enhance preparedness. State the capacity of the county emergency response, including the availability of trained personnel and rescue teams and emergency shelters, if any, to respond to flood-related incidents. 7, state whether there are deliberate measures in place to address the needs of vulnerable populations and how the county intends to integrate risk reduction and resilience building measures into CIDP processes, particularly in areas prone to slumps. And lastly, state how often the disaster preparedness are reviewed and updated to reflect the changing environmental regime caused by climate change. Mr. Speaker, my third statement is on the state of stadia facilities in Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations regarding the state of stadia facilities in Kisumu County. Article 186(1) of the Constitution of Kenya, read together with Article 4H of the Part 2 of the 4th Schedule of the Constitution, devolves sports activities and construction and maintenance of facilities, including stadia, to the county governments. Mr. Speaker, the Sports Act 2013 further provides that county government shall establish, manage, and develop sports facilities within the county. In the statement, the committee should report the current state of stadia and sports facilities in Kisumu County and state whether there are plans to upgrade the existing stadia facilities to meet national and international standards, and if any, state the specific steps taken. 2, state whether there are ongoing maintenance and rehabilitation projects aimed at improving infrastructure of existing stadia, and provide details of the scope and progress of these projects and any budgetary allocations, projected timelines, completion, and tenders. State the funds allocated to the county budget for maintenance and improvement of stadia in Kisumu County for the financial years 2013 to date. Provide details of any plans underway to construct new stadia. And lastly, outline the measures in place to ensure transparency and accountability in the utilization of resources. Mr. Speaker, lastly, my last statement, and Mr. Speaker, this comes against the background that on the health facilities, this is on the upgrade of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital to a level 6 facility. And this is important, Mr. Speaker, sir, given that now we are in government. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on the need to upgrade Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu County to a level 6 teaching and referral hospital. Mr. Speaker, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga is currently classified as a level 5 hospital and is under the stewardship of the county government of Kisumu. Medical and health services to residents across more than 10 counties. It is therefore time, Mr. Speaker, that this facility be upgraded. The facility serves a combined population exceeding 10 million people. In the statement, the committee should, Mr. Speaker, initiate the necessary measures and steps needed to upgrade JORTH from a level 5 to a level 6 teaching and referral hospital, and further, the hospital be accorded access to budgetary resources and medical equipment and human resources attached to that status. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, recommend policy and legal framework needed to facilitate and realize the upgrade of JORTH to a level 6 facility. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I note, now ODM is in government, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is on recent attacks on journalists covering the Occupy protests by Gen Z in Kenya by police officers. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on the recent attacks on journalists covering the Occupy protests organized by Gen Z in Kenya. In the statement, the committee should provide detailed accounts of the reported attacks on journalists, including any physical assaults, verbal threats, arrests and detention, destruction and equipment and other forms of intimidation that have taken place during the protests, including also alleged attempts to muzzle media houses from covering the protests. Number 2, conduct an investigation into the role of police service in these attacks, including any evidence of excessive use of force or failure to protect journalists in the line of duty. Number 3, highlight steps that the National Police Service has taken. State the actions being taken to hold the perpetrators accountable for their actions against journalists, including the legal proceedings or disciplinary measures. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wakoli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. A request for statement on the state of Chwele Chicken Slaughterhouse in Bungoma County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding the state of Chwele Chicken Slaughterhouse in Bungoma County. In the statement, the committee should 1. Report on the current state of Chwele Chicken Slaughterhouse in Bungoma County, providing a detailed inventory of all county government assets at the slaughterhouse. 2. Provide details on the revenue from the slaughterhouse that has accrued to the county government since its operationalization, as well as the average number of poultry slaughtered per day. 3. Evaluate the socioeconomic impact of the slaughterhouse on the residents of Bungoma County, stating the number of residents employed as well as the number of farmers that supply poultry to the slaughterhouse. 4. Was competitive, and if not, provide a justification for the same. And 5. Slaughterhouse to include the details on the company that was awarded the lease, the cost of lease, the handing over process, as well as the memorandum of understanding signed between the county government and the said company. Honorable Speaker, my next statement on supplementary budget of over 148 million approved by the County Assembly of Bungoma County towards the hosting of the 2024 Madaraka Day celebrations. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance Budget regarding the supplementary budget of over 148 million approved by the County Assembly of Bungoma County for the financial year 2023-2024 that allocated funds towards hosting of the 2024 Madaraka Day celebration in Bungoma County. In the statement, the committee should 1. State the total amount budgeted and allocated for the 2024 Madaraka Day celebrations held on 1st June 2024 in Bungoma County, providing a breakdown of contributions from the national and county governments towards facilitating the event. 2. Explain why Bungoma County Assembly approved a supplementary budget of over 148 million to fund a national government event and provide a breakdown of how these funds were utilized. And 3. Explain how procurement towards facilitating the event was conducted, stating the procurement method used, and further provide details of the companies that were awarded tenders, the tender sum of each tender awarded, as well as the bill of quantities for works procured for the national event. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Kavindu, you're brought back after having explained yourself. Proceed to read your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is on cases of reported bodies dumped and retrieved from Kware area, Embakasi South constituency of Nairobi County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I arise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding cases of reported bodies dumped and retrieved in Quarry area in Embakasi South constituency in Nairobi, Nairobi County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, conduct investigations into the cause of the deaths of the 42 women whose bodies were dumped and retrieved in the Quarry area, Nairobi South constituency in Nairobi, Nairobi County. 2, provide information in the identities and origins of the 42 women, including whether their families had reported them missing. 3, explain why the alleged serial killers' heinous acts were not went unnoticed, and why the identity remains unknown to the residents of the neighboring of the Quarry area, despite the murders being committed from the year 2022 to date. 4, clarify why the government was not aware of the matter until it was reported in the media. Provide an update on the status of the investigations and outline how the families of the victims will obtain justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
cow, these regulations necessitate attention to detail to ensure compliance. The ministry observed that many countries have been quick to issue the SID and got it wrong, resulting in wastage of resources, a path we are trying to avoid. They are trying to avoid. Honorable Speaker, regarding the plans that have been put in place to ensure that processing of seafarers' identity documents is fast-tracked, the ministry submitted that the following measures have been instituted. 1, engaging in consultative meetings with ILO, conducting market surveys, and reviewing the implementation strategies adopted by the few countries that have successfully implemented the SID. This has provided insights and best practice informing the ministry implementation process. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, is streamlining the procedures to enhance efficiency and reduce processing time by optimizing workflows and eliminating unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles, aiming to expedite the issuance of SIDs without compromising on security standards. Number 3 is collaborating closely with the relevant stakeholders, including the Ministry of Immigration, to address technical challenges and enhance overall process efficiency. This collaborative effort ensures that all pertinent issues are addressed comprehensively, fostering a conducive environment for the swift SID processing. 4 is implementing a robust system of continuous monitoring and evaluation of the SID issuance process. This enables identification of any potential obstacles and bottlenecks, prompting and allowing for timely intervention and resolution. The ministry submitted that targeted timelines for the issuance of SIDs is to be June 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Abina, are you satisfied?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Next statement request by Honorable Rael Kasiwai. Komingo again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on Thursday, 2nd May 2024, the member for West Pokot County, the Honorable Rael Kasiwai, MP, requested for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the state of Kapenguria, Lodwar Road. In the statement, Honorable Kasiwai sought to establish 1, the immediate measures the Ministry of Road and Transport is putting in place to rehabilitate Kapenguria, Lodwar Road, and 2, the long-term measures the ministry is taking to ensure the safety of residents during heavy rains. Honorable Speaker, the committee has since received response from the Ministry of Roads and Transport, which I now wish to make. The ministry submitted that Kapenguria Lodwar Road is part of the National Road Network, which is managed by the ministry through its implementing agency, the Kenya National Highway Authority, KENHA. On 29th April 2024, a flash flood washed away a section of the road pavement in the vicinity of Lowe's Market in West Pokot County, which disrupted traffic flow at this location. Honorable Speaker, the following remedial measures were taken immediately to reinstate traffic movement and repair the road. KENHA immediately mobilized an emergency framework contractor to construct temporary diversion around the damaged road section. The temporary diversion allowed vehicles to bypass the affected section and enable resumption of traffic movement. The diversion was completed and made operational approximately 6 hours after the washout occurred. Number 2, once the temporary diversion was reconstructed and traffic flow was reinstated, the road maintenance team was able to complete installation of culverts and rebuild the embankment and pavement which had been washed away, thus repairing the damage caused by the floods incident. The repaired section was opened to public traffic on 13th May 2024. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the long-term measures the ministry is taking to ensure safety of residents during heavy rains, the ministry stated that it has been progressively constructing sections of Kapenguria Lodwar Road in the last few years. This reconstruction process includes replacing all drifts with bridges, installing culverts with high drainage capacity, widening the road cross-section, installing a stronger and more durable pavement, and gradually making the road more resilient to flood damage. The reconstructing, therefore, provides a a permanent long-term solution to the disruption of traffic and risk to the safety of residents that are caused by flash floods from time to time. The ministry submitted that as of May 2024, the road section between Lokichar and Lodwar, together with a standalone bridge section at Kainuk, had been fully reconstructed, while the road section between Kape awaiting the commencement of reconstruction. Additionally, the government has secured support from development partners towards reconstructing all the roads section between Kitale, Kapenguria, Lokichar. The German Development Agency KfW will support the reconstruction of Kitale Morupus section, while the African Development Bank will support reconstruction of Morupus Lokichar section. Reconstructing of the Kitale Morupus section is anticipated to commence in July 2024 this year, Mr. Speaker, while the reconstruction of Morupus Lokichar section is anticipated to commence in the second quarter of the 2025 calendar year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kasiwai, member for Kapenguria, she's there. Honorable Kasiwai, you've heard the response. Give her the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say the answer is okay, though I'm waiting to see it in action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order. Hold. Yes, Clive.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising to follow up on a statement that I sought on 2nd May regarding the status of the Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project. This is a statement I sought from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation regarding the status of the Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project. Mr. Speaker, this was to follow up on what happened with the World Bank disbursement of US dollars 390 million disbursed in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, while I sought that statement on 2nd May, I was informed that I will get a response 2 weeks later. I'm not sure whether Honorable Kiarie is still counting the 2 weeks or he meant 2 years. Honorable Kiarie. So, Mr. Speaker.
Is he here?
He's here.
KJ?
Honorable Speaker,
yes.
Honorable Speaker, it is true that we had given a commitment for 2 weeks, and the committee has been applying itself on the matter, but save for the disruptions that have been there in terms of workings of our committees, it has taken a bit longer than we expected. Honorable Speaker, in a week and a half, we shall be presenting our report on the statement that had been sought by the Honorable Member.
Thank you.
It's an assurance that we give.
Next order.
Order number 8, the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Division of Revenue Act 2024.
Hold on. Honorable members, on the request of the Majority Leader, I will rearrange the order paper a little so that order number 10 precedes order number 9. So, clerk, call out order number 10. When we are done with order number 10, then we'll come back to order number 9.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023.
Honorable members who are on the screen, if you had logged in to speak to order number 9, you may log out so that we have new interests developing on the new bill, on the motion on the Conflict of Interest Bill. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to move that the Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, be now considered. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order number 48.
Leader, hold on a bit. Take your seat. Order, honorable members, I'll take you back to order number 3. Majority Leader, you hold. Those members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable Mudhoni, take the nearest seat. Millie, do the same. Order. Honorable Farah, take the nearest seat. Order. Honorable Mukunji, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I have a message to convey from His Excellency the President. Honorable members, the message is on the nomination of persons for appointment to offices of Cabinet Secretaries. Honorable members, Standing Order 42.1 relating to messages from the President provide that the Speaker shall read to the House any message from the President delivered to the Speaker for communication to the House. In this regard, I wish to convey to the House that this afternoon I have received a further message from His Excellency the President notifying the nomination of various persons to appointment to the offices of Cabinet Secretaries. The names are in addition to the ones I conveyed to the House yesterday. In the message, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred on him by Articles 152(2) of the Constitution, as read together with Section 3 and 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, he nominates various persons for appointment to the aforementioned offices. For clarity, Article 152(2) of the Constitution states, and I quote, "The President shall nominate and with the approval of the National Assembly appoint Cabinet Secretaries." The names of persons submitted to this House for approval for appointment as Cabinet Secretaries are as follows: John Mbadi Ngongo, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, the Order, Millie, Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Honorable Salim Mvuriangala Mugala, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. Honorable Rebecca Miano, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. Honorable James Opio Wandai, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. Honorable Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Youth, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. Honorable Dr. Alfred Nganga Mutua, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Labor and Social Protection. Honorable Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Cooperative and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. Honorable Justin Betan Njoka Muturi, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Public Service and Human Capital Development. Honorable Ms. Stella Soy Langat, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage. In view of the foregoing and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, Order Mayaka. In view of the foregoing and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, as read together with the Standing Order 42.3, I hereby refer the message from the President together with the curriculum vitae of the nominees to the Committee on Appointments. Honorable members, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 provides that unless otherwise provided in law, the committee to which such nomination is referred shall consider the matter and table a report in the House within 28 days. It is therefore imperative that the Committee on Appointments consolidates the names contained in the two lists and immediately commence the process of consideration of the nominees. The committee is expected to immediately notify the nominees and the general public, commence the necessary approval hearings and table its report in the House soonest to enable the House to consider the nominees within the stipulated timelines. I thank you. Call out again now order number 10, number 9.
Order number 10, motion,
10.
Consideration of Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to move that the Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, be now considered. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 48, allow me to move this motion in an amended form, which is that the Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill.
Order.
Honorable Speaker, if you can
Order, honorable
me.
members. Order. Honorable Raphael Wanjala. Recess quietly. Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable Sirima, you're a senior. You should be the last to interrupt proceedings. Members who wish to walk out of the chamber, do it with order. This bill that is being moved has tremendous consequences on many of the things that this country is doing. And I would expect you to listen to the majority leader, contribute where you can, or vote when the vote is called. It is not fair for you to vote on a bill you have not even listened to.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think members were a bit excited because of the communication you made, especially considering that there are a number of nominees who are members of this House, and it is premature of us to get excited because we are expected to vet these nominees. And I could only take this opportunity to congratulate my good friend, the Honorable Millie Mabona Odhiambo, who I see has taken over a seat, not a position. And any member can sit anywhere, by the way. Therefore, allow me, Honorable Speaker, I was saying, understanding Order 48, to allow me to move this motion in an amended form, which is that the Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interests Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, be now rejected. Honorable Speaker, under the normal circumstances, such a motion to consider Senate amendments to a bill that originated from the National Assembly would ordinarily be moved by the chairperson of the relevant committee, under whose mandate the bill falls, and in this case, I think it's a JLA committee. And Honorable Speaker, in the present case, I have decided to move this motion as the sponsor of the bill to expedite its consideration owing to the peculiar circumstances of the positions taken by the two houses of the bill, on the bill, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Speaker, that you have pointed it out to members that this bill has huge implications on the conduct of business for both public and state officers, and therefore it's important that members pay keen attention to all the amendments that were proposed by the Senate, which were communicated to the House on the 4th of June 2024, and the amendments were committed to the Departmental Committee on JLAC for consideration and reporting to the House. The nature of the amendments received from the Senate has largely informed my decision to move this motion to catalyze its inevitable referral to mediation. Because, Honorable Speaker, as I said, the Senate made amendments that would necessitate us getting into a process of mediation. And however long JLAC team takes, I think the end result will be the same, getting into a mediation committee that can unlock the extremely divergent views of the two houses on the content of the bill, which I will shortly highlight. Honorable Speaker, when I introduced this bill, it sought to repeal the Public Officer Ethics Act of 2003 and establish a framework for managing conflict of interest in the discharge of public duties under the general supervision of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC. Currently, Honorable Speaker, the Public Officer Ethics Act establishes various entities as responsible commissions for various state and public officers. For instance, Honorable Speaker, the Committee of Powers and Privileges of the National Assembly is the responsible commission for these members of parliament who are not listening, Honorable Speaker. It is the responsible commission for members of the National Assembly, while the Parliamentary Service Commission is the responsible commission for all parliamentary staff. The bill, as published, sought to change this by making EACC responsible for all state and public officers. Honorable Speaker, when this House considered the bill, it made various... I shall not repeat because you are asked by the Speaker to pay attention. I have told you, under the Public Officers and Ethics Act, it establishes various commissions that are responsible for the conduct of overseeing the conflict of interest. Under this Act, the Powers and Privileges Committee of the National Assembly is the responsible commission under the Act for members of Parliament, while the Parliamentary Service Commission is the responsible commission for members of staff. And I further said that the bill, as published, sought to change this by making EACC the responsible commission for all state and public officers. I further told you that when this House considered the bill, and we did all consider in second reading and the Committee of the Whole, we made various amendments which sought to do a number of things, including one, maintaining the existing model of wealth declarations to entities that directly supervise the conduct and ethics of the various categories of public officers. In this regard, the House agreed to repeal the Public Officer Ethics Act and insisted on transferring specific provisions from the Act to the bill. Two, we align the bill with the responsibilities of members of Parliament, and this is important, members, that when in Committee of the Whole we considered amendments, we aligned the bill to your responsibilities as members of Parliament on declaration of conflict of interest in parliamentary debate under the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act of 2017. You remember the bill, as was published, was creating a conflict of interest even on matters that pertain to your work as a member of Parliament. And we sought to make those amendments during the Committee of the Whole. Three, we expanded the declarations to include previous categories of public and state officers that were not expressly provided for under the Public Officer and Ethics Act, for instance, that of the Chief Justice and Cabinet Secretaries. 4, we limited the definition of the word relative. Those who are here during second reading, you will all recall the very broad definition of the word relative in the conduct of affairs of a state or public officer, and we limited this definition to the affairs of a state or public officer and his or her dependent children. And we also, in 5, prohibited, not only prohibiting public officers from contracting with public bodies in which they are employed. You will recall the bill as published prohibited public and state officers and their broad definition of relatives from conducting business with any entity of government. Conversely, Honorable Speaker, from the message received from the Senate has reversed everything that this House passed. The Senate has deleted and proposed repeal of the Public Officer Ethics Act. This has resulted in the proposed repeal of clauses including those on functions of the Commission, participation of members in proceedings before Parliament or county assemblies. Therefore, there is debate you cannot interact with as a member of Parliament or as a member of county assemblies on the basis of what the Senate has done. Acquisition of interest in partnerships and private companies, restricted gainful employment, for instance, people who are here and are lawyers, professional accountants, etc. The register of conflict of interest, where this register will be. Prohibitions on state officers after leaving office, having served as a state officer, what other gainful employment can you get into? And we had made amendments relating to that. The prohibition against representing people before reporting entities, and declaration of income, assets, and liabilities by public officers. Honorable Speaker, additionally, the Senate has deleted the EACC as administrator of the bill and deleted all provisions on conflicts of interest in the Public Officer Ethics Act, the Leadership and Integrity Act, the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, and the Senate amendments are the complete opposite of what the National Assembly considered and passed in the bill. I therefore move that the Honorable Speaker, I've just given the background of what we had done in this bill and what the Senate has proposed to do in the amendments that I'm calling on the House to reject. Because what the amendments that the Senate has passed, besides negating everything that we did to make this bill become workable, what the Senate has done, and without casting aspersions on the other House, Honorable Speaker, must be informed by a huge conflict of interest in the other House. Because, Honorable Speaker, you appreciate this is a House that has been unable to impeach even a single governor. And I saw them the other day pontificating on issues to do with integrity and corruption in this country, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, and you know, we have restrained ourselves over the last 2 years from discussing the other House or even the conduct of members of that House, even under extreme provocation. But, Honorable Speaker, we must stand with the people of Kenya. This bill is critical in the fight against corruption. The dilution that the other House, Senate, has visited on this bill makes this bill completely unworkable. It creates a very fertile ground for corruption and conflict of interest to continue taking root in our republic, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, we must be the bigger brother between the two houses. We must be the House that stands with the people of Kenya who have spoken loudly and told us that matters touching on conflict of interest, matters touching on theft of public resources must come to an end. We must be that House, Honorable Speaker, that today will stand with the people of Kenya and tell our brothers in the Senate that it will not be business as usual for governors to steal and get away scot-free with what they have stolen from the people of Kenya, knowing that because of conflict of interest, they can influence what will happen in the other House and their county assemblies. We must be that House. Honorable Speaker, this House
has a singular responsibility of being the people's representatives, while the other house represents counties. Being the people's representatives, Honorable Speaker, we must be the ones to stand today with the people of Kenya. And I think, Honorable Speaker, listening to what Kenyans are saying out there, and I have seen this being one of the bills that even the young Kenyans in our country and other Kenyans of goodwill who want a change in the manner things are done in this country have asked the Houses of Parliament to expedite with, is this bill. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we have a national duty to reject these amendments, get into mediation, and show our brothers and sisters in the other house that it is only right to do what is good for the greater good of our people, not what is good for leaders and public officers who hold office. Honorable Speaker, this bill, and I have heard in today's communication from the President, he has also alluded to it, is an important bill not just for us as public and state officers, even to protect ourselves as state officers against accusations, unfair accusations of engaging in corruption or corrupt activities, but also in protecting the assets of the Kenyan people against public and state officers, Honorable Speaker, and even people in the private sector, Honorable Speaker. This bill was misconstrued in the other house to be speaking to just public and state officers. The conduct of corrupt activities in this country, Honorable Speaker, is also largely driven by the private sector. This conflict of interest bill speaks also to conflict of interest by the private sector. 1 minute. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was saying, for instance, if you look at the lot and the looting that has pervaded in the old NHIF, the National Health Insurance Fund, it has not come out of conflict of interest by particularly state officers. Private entities have engaged in massive looting and corruption in NHIF. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, when you run a private hospital and you engage with a public entity, it is only a law like this that will protect the assets of the Kenyan people. And I want to beg this House, as I move and call on the Vice Chair of the Jailer Committee, the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, to second, I want to call on this House to reject in total all the amendments by the Senate to protect the people of Kenya from conflict of interest, corruption, and wanton looting of their assets and resources. I beg to move and ask Honorable Mutuse to second.
Mutuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to second the motion that has been ably moved by our majority leader, that the Senate amendments to the conflict of interest bill that was considered by my committee, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, that have been referred to this House by the Senate be rejected. Mr. Speaker, the amendments that have been referred by the Senate are very retrogressive. They are in themselves going to undermine very directly the war on corruption. They are in themselves making the conflict of interest bill an empty shell of its former objectives. Mr. Speaker, all of us in this House agree that the reason why we have wanton corruption in the national government and in the county governments is because those who are in leadership are able to do and transact with the offices that they also superintend. And the bill intends to remove conflict of interest so that government entities are not corrupted by people who have been appointed or elected into office. The Senate has made amendments that make it possible, for example, for a permanent secretary to own a company and do business in a state department that the permanent secretary is an accounting officer. This House must stand and say that this cannot be allowed. Out there, Kenyans are saying that we are able to fund our own development, that we may not even be able to need to increase taxes if we are able to take care of corruption and take care of wastage. What the Senate is doing through the amendments is to legalize corruption, is to make it possible for a member of parliament, for example, to be able to transact with the Parliamentary Service Commission, which in itself is even rejected under our own parliamentary privileges and standing orders. So, Mr. Speaker, as I second this motion, I urge the House to reject the Senate amendments and that the bill be referred under Article 113 for mediation so that we do not undermine the war on corruption and that we take into effect the voice of Kenyans. And therefore, I second and urge that we reject the Senate amendments and refer the bill for mediation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and urge the House to do as required through the powers conferred on the Speaker under Article 113 to appoint a mediation committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023 be now considered. And remember that the Majority Leader moved it in an amended form. So, Ndindi Nyoro, are you here on budget? No contributors? Yes. Wangare? Wangare wants to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the Majority Leader on this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I think the most saddening thing with the amendments done by the Senate is that it takes us very far back in the war of corruption. Mr. Speaker, the issues we have been dealing with for the last 1 month or so, generated by Kenyans, by Gen Zs, by civil society, Mr. Speaker, most of them could be sorted if we dealt with corruption. Because, Mr. Speaker, every year we have had issues of pilferages of money, both at the national level and at the county level. So, Mr. Speaker, anything that would jeopardize that fight should be rejected, and we should actually support this bill and the way we had passed it, Mr. Speaker. And we shall reject the amendments of the Senate and go with what we had passed as the National Assembly, because they called us sitting, the Senate called us sitting, and I'm avoiding to dwell into casting aspersions to the Senate, but I think the Senate has lost the track of what they should be doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest issues we have is that we have so much money going to the counties, but we don't see the value of it. We don't see governors being held accountable. In other words, Mr. Speaker, what we have seen is the Senate being obsessed. And I say that because I've been a former senator, Mr. Speaker, that they forget their major and main mandate of protecting the counties, Mr. Speaker. What we have seen is that we have should actually be calling the governors and the CECs from the counties to show accountability, because the mandate of oversight of government in the national level is vested in this House, Mr. Speaker. We must actually, Mr. Speaker, have the conversation of whether a CS should appear before the Senate or it should be a governor and the CECs, Mr. Speaker, because we have now our CSs giving excuses that they are not able to come to this National Assembly because either in the morning they were in the Senate or in the afternoon they were in the Senate. It has become a matter of duplication, Mr. Speaker, and we should be able to deal with it at some point. But on this bill, Mr. Speaker, even the President, as he made this address that he made earlier, Mr. Speaker, he alluded to this issue, because if we do not deal with matter governance, with matter corruption, then we'll have done nothing, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that we'll do justice, and the members that will be chosen under Article 113 on mediation can be able to do justice to this bill, so that we can be able to properly deal with corruption. Because you cannot say you're taking from this hand and the right hand is hidden behind, Mr. Speaker. So I actually support the Majority Leader, and that we should reject the amendments done by the Senate and this bill to proceed as it was, Mr. Speaker, so that we are able to deal properly with the issues that have been raised for the last few weeks. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ondo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. When we enacted the new constitution under Chapter 6, we were very careful. We knew absolute power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that's why Chapter 6 of integrity and leadership was inserted in the Constitution.
we proceeded to prepare an act of parliament that made a mockery of Chapter 6. We proceeded to have various anti-corruption laws that do not seem to be biting, because outside the Honorable Speaker, many Kenyans believe is the elected leaders, is the political class that the purveyors of corruption in this country. Honorable Speaker, we as Parliament, and that includes National Assembly and Senate, if we can water down the bill that we passed here to make it practically impossible to hold accountable elected leaders, then, Honorable Speaker, we are taking this country into abyss. And that's why I support, as moved by the majority leader, that what Senate did was a great disservice for this country. And, Honorable Speaker, I think Senate is suffering from inferiority complex. Senate thinks that members of Parliament here, National Assembly, have got so much money that they are wallowing in a lot of money. And that's why you can see how many cars are in the parking slot of the National Assembly. How many new cars or how many new tires members of Parliament have bought. They have this misconception, even those who have been here, Honorable Speaker, that members of Parliament use CDF to fund their personal lifestyle. Honorable Speaker, we cannot afford to allow conflict of interest not to be called out. Honorable Speaker, where we are in a position of influence. So if we allow ourselves to also start doing business with our own entity, it means therefore, Honorable Speaker, no other Kenyan will ever get a contract, will ever get any job in this country unless you know somebody. We must win ourselves this mentality that you must know somebody for you to get employed, that you must be connected to you for get a tender, that you must bribe for you to be paid for any work you have done anywhere. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge those who will be appointed to go to mediation committee. I want to urge, because at times have been some of them, senators can bully ordinary members to accept their way. Here we go with the irreducible minimum. The irreducible minimum is the bill that we passed in this House. Any other story, Honorable Speaker, we will expose them and surrender them to Gen Z to deal with them accordingly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the motion by the majority leader.
Member for Gishugu. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the motion as moved by the leader of my majority. And Honorable Speaker, the principle of conflict of interest has been there for many, many years. And it has been loosely been used under the tenets of natural justice. And this issue has been left by the courts to determine whether there is conflict of interest or not. But now here comes a law that is very explicit to explain matters of conflict of interest. And this House, Mr. Speaker, will not allow Senate to stand on the way of Kenyans in fight of corruption, because that is what they want us to, they want to take us back to. And we have to stand as a House and support the government, which is now committed towards fighting corruption. And the executive, through the president, has already pronounced itself that this is a government that is willing to fight corruption. And therefore, Senate should not come on the way of the will of the Kenyans to fight corruption. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, without belaboring the points, I support the motion as moved and will reject in totality the proposals that have been made by the Senate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
KJ.
Mr. Speaker, I do stand up to support the report as presented and amended by the Leader of Majority, and also to object to the changes that have been put in by the Senate. Honorable Speaker, right from the onset, I'd like to say that this bill in itself was a great opportunity for this House to start addressing some of the matters that are being conversed, even by the young people who are calling themselves Gen Zs. The issue of conflict of interest in the management of affairs of government is a thorn in the flesh to this country. So, Mr. Speaker, where this House was seeking to remedy some of these maladies, it looks like Senate is keen on taking us back to a place where we are not able to counter the issue of conflict of interest. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I do object. Mr. Speaker, the issues that are being canvassed in the country today are calling us to order. It is at a point like this when we ought to ask ourselves as a republic, issues of conflict of interest aside, even the constitution of this country, Mr. Speaker, is now ready for an audit. This constitution has been with us for a good 15 years. It is at this point that we should ask ourselves, how has this constitution served us in the last 15 years? And when we audit the constitution, we shall put Senate on the spot. We shall ask ourselves, in its composition as it is right now, Mr. Speaker, is the Senate serving Kenya right? And to my mind, there are some amendments in the Constitution that would occasion for us to relook at how Senate is constituted. As it is, Mr. Speaker, Senate is required to be attending to the matters of counties, Mr. Speaker. And even as the Gen Zs are calling out the rot in the national government, we know that there are even bigger problems in the counties, Mr. Speaker. And if Senate was true to its roles, Senate would have already gone into these county governments and checked on the rot that is happening in the executives of counties, Mr. Speaker. The rot and the conflict of interest that is happening in the business that is being conducted in counties. So, Mr. Speaker, I do object vehemently, and I say that even as we are looking at these matters of conflict of interest, it is the right time that this country had a conversation with itself on how the Constitution has served us for the last 15 years. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that if we look at how Senate is composed, we as a country might decide to borrow a leaf from jurisdictions like that of the UK, where the House of Commons has its job laid out for itself. But the House of Senate in the UK, Mr. Speaker, and you would be one to tell us, is a house that is reserved for very esteemed people and citizens, Mr. Speaker. That if we were to recompose our Senate, we might decide that we shall reserve the Senate for those Kenyans who have served so diligently in very specific areas, and they would be the people that we would be nominating to Senate, so that it is a proper nyumba la wazee, which advises the country on very topical and very technical issues from a point of information. As it is right now, the Senate does find itself at times with no business to prosecute other than to meddle with the work that is being done by the National Assembly. And as such, they use their time to do what we have seen this afternoon. So, Mr. Speaker, I object the amendments made by Senate, and I do support the report as presented and as amended and presented by the Leader of Majority. I do support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Those who are on the screen, like Ndindi Nyoro, Johanna Ngeno, John Gitonga, you are all for appropriations. Now the mover should be called upon to reply. Majority Leader, you may now reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me thank the few members who have contributed and commit that we will, upon rejection of the amendments from the Senate, and I want to beg that members do vote to reject, we will immediately constitute a mediation committee to be able to consider this bill and amendments afresh. I therefore beg to reply.
Order, members, take your seats. Members on their feet, Sabina Chege, take your seat. Order, Sabina Chege, take a seat. Wamshomba, take your seat. Pasaris, take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question, and those who vote yes will be supporting the amendments from the Senate, and those who vote no will be rejecting. I now put the question, which is that the Senate amendments to the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023 be now considered. As members of that opinion say aye. As members of the contrary opinion say nay. The nays have it. Go back to order number 9.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2024-2025 general debate.
Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, you are the mover, right? Okay. Johanna Ngeno. You are not ready. John Gitonga.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah. Are you ready to speak?
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I want to thank you for this opportunity also to contribute on this budget, supplementary budget. Speaker, we have realized that there has been difficulties in the country, Mr. Speaker, and this prompted the withdrawal of the finance bill, which was meant to finance to some extent some of the expenditures in our budget, Speaker, and therefore there had to be some austerity measures and some changes to accommodate the much we can collect. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the chair for budget for sitting and looking into the issues that we had tabled before the committee. And Speaker, I want to say that as a committee for housing, we factored in, of course, Mr. Speaker, the issues, the needs, which, of course, the people of this country were expecting to appear in that particular supplementary budget. Speaker, we want also to understand that this supplementary budget will have a lot of constraints, and of course, there are so many shortfalls, and especially on funding some vital projects and programs. Mr. Speaker, I particularly, the State Department for Public Works was majorly affected, Mr. Speaker. And remember, this is a very vital organ, especially on inspecting and monitoring and evaluating all the projects which are done in the country, Mr. Speaker. But most importantly, remember the rain that ravaged the country, Mr. Speaker, carried so many food bridges which had been done to allow students cross over to the other areas, to allow even women who are crossing to the other areas for markets, carrying their products. Mr. Speaker, we had, or the State Department had requested for the construction of the food bridges to allow these crossovers. But Mr. Speaker, due to the fall of the finance bill, Mr. Speaker, the whole budget which was allocating these particular activities was completely down. Mr. Speaker, the budget also has given breadth to the employment permanently of the GSS teachers. Remember, Mr. Speaker, we still have a very big and a huge challenge on the issue of GSS, on the issue of our classrooms. Mr. Speaker, this CBC was introduced without considering so many factors. Now it is a baby that we have to nurture. It is something that we have to deal with. It is a matter that we cannot throw it out of the window, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, when this budget was cut, the President looked into whether we are going to throw out the GSS teachers, because that was a very big challenge. But in his wisdom and the wisdom of the Budget Committee, they have managed to allocate good funds to ensure that we have all these GSS teachers employed and be placed under permanent employment. Mr. Speaker, remember this is a very vital area. We also ensure that the CBA collective bargaining agreement is considered. And this is a very vital thing, which of course will also give our teachers our teachers comfort, because you know, Mr. Speaker, the foundation of this country is based on education. And just like what somebody said, or a very great person one day said, and education is an equalizer. It is a factor that equalizes all the rich and the poor. They put them in the same pool, Mr. Speaker. So this budget is considering majorly and putting into serious consideration on matters of education, because that is one area that we consider as very fundamental. Mr. Speaker, we know even the roads, we know the electricity, the energy, the Ministry of Energy, most of the issues were cut. But Mr. Speaker, most importantly, now that from the mood of the communication you just sent to this House, Mr. Speaker, you read to this House, Mr. Speaker, where most of the nominees to the cabinet are now from the opposition side, Mr. Speaker. I hope I hope it is now going to bring harmony in this House and especially in the country, so that whatever business we are going to be transacting in this House will sail through. And I'm taking this opportunity to welcome members of the opposition now that they are part of government, to help this country to stabilize. And I know the reason why we had that particular move, Mr. Speaker, is to allow this country to have stability, allow this country to move forward, allow this country to focus, allow this country to actually ensure that all the issues, all the projects which have been slated are properly delivered and done. And even as we are passing this supplementary budget one, Mr. Speaker, I wish, as a word of caution, Mr. Speaker, we have seen, even in our committees when we were trying to pass some of the proposals by the state departments, we wanted to ensure that most of the monies, because, Mr. Speaker, where we are collecting this money, the people of the Republic who we are taxing to get this money are going through a lot of pain. So our major request and demand by this House, Mr. Speaker, is that any money allocated for majorly projects, Mr. Speaker, should be utilized on projects, and especially projects, Mr. Speaker, which bring development to our people and to the people of this Republic. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that we will, as much as possible, try to cut some of the expenditures. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the cuts which have been placed on development areas, Mr. Speaker, the little that has remained must be properly utilized. And now that we are having almost a new cabinet, though some of them are the same old faces, but we are having almost a new cabinet. We want to ask the members of the cabinet who are coming in, where especially if they were to be passed or vetted and passed in this House, Mr. Speaker, that it is time to work for this country. It is not time to work for yourself. This is no time to reap. This is no time to steal. This is no time to waste. These are monies which we collect painfully from the people of this Republic. So even as we are going to vet these particular cabinet secretaries whose names have been forwarded to this House, Mr. Speaker, our core mandate as this House is to ensure that we vet and pass members of the cabinet who we know their background has nothing to do with corruption. And if they pass that test, Mr. Speaker, we hope they are going to deliver to this nation. They are going to build this nation. They are going to work hard, just like what the president is trying to do, so that we don't look back and say, these are the people who failed this country. So each one of us has a responsibility. As a House, we have the responsibility. As a cabinet, they have the responsibility. As the president also has the responsibility to ensure that whatever money we appropriate in this House, Mr. Speaker, that whatever money we tax the people of this country, Mr. Speaker, and put in the budget must be properly utilized without...
Oh, you are not ready. Oh, Rosa Buyu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, in supporting the supplementary that we've just had, I would like to thank the Gen Zs for giving us the opportunity to relook at that budget. Mr. Speaker, I actually support, because when you look at what has been presented now, there's a lot of austerity measures that's been put in place, which means that money is going to go to good use. Mr. Speaker, however, I would like to say that there's still opportunity to better that budget by looking at duplication in different ministries. Mr. Speaker, when that is realigned, I'm sure the budget will even be lower. But Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, as a woman who has been on the forefront in the women's movement, I want to take this opportunity as a key member of ODM and Azimio. I want to take this opportunity to announce the new leader of minority, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona. Mr. Speaker, nobody should tell me that I have no authority to do that. I've been in ODM since its inception from 2005. And I've seen women be so loyal to this party called ODM. I've seen women be on the forefront of Azimio. And it is time that a woman is given an opportunity to lead this party in the House. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking of a woman who's distinguished in terms of her contribution.
Yes, order. There's a point of order. Yes, Kamket. What's your point of order? Yes, Kamket.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'm standing on standing order number 91, and also on relevance, and also, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is is anticipating debate, because there is no motion in this House, Mr. Speaker, about any appointment. There is no motion on this floor about any appointment of anyone to anywhere. And from the experience, Mr. Speaker, from our own experience yesterday, we now know that what is announced outside,
what is your point of order?
There, on two matters. Is she in order, Mr. Speaker, for the honorable lady to anticipate debate? And two, is she relevant in what she's saying? What she's saying relevant to the debate on supplementary?
Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not preempting any debate. I'm not talking about any cabinet minister, but I'm talking about a seat that seems to be vacant, and I'm talking about a distinguished member of this National Assembly. I'm talking about a woman who is having her 4th term, and a woman who's distinguished in debates in this House. I'm talking about a distinguished lawyer, and I'm talking about a distinguished human rights defender. And I'm saying it is time for Millie Odhiambo Mabona to take the leadership of minority. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable lady members. I know you are operating within the exuberance of feminism, but your wailing in the House is out of order. Next, we have John Gitonga. Is he here? You know, some of you key in and then leave. Is he here? Ariel?
Mr. Speaker, it's a great honor to be contributing to this motion on supplementary budget. And as I speak chairing the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation. And Mr. Speaker, yes, we have been given an opportunity to look at the budget. We in the sector are actually running into a big budget cuts that are happening. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the trend of how the cuts were done at Treasury, they were targeted on certain issues. In the attempt to implement austerity measures, the area of communication is greatly affected across board. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there are ministries and departments and agencies in these governments whose sole responsibility is communication, Mr. Speaker. For example, there is the Department of Broadcast and Telecommunication. In the blanket cuts, this department has been left with a situation where we might go for an entire year where they are only able to pay salaries but not conduct any developmental issue, being that their core business is communication, in such a way that if blanket cuts are done across board, affecting communication, their core business is greatly affected. Mr. Speaker, I do support the supplementary budget as we have done. However, Mr. Speaker, it must be said in this parliament that Treasury ought to change its budgeting regime and the way that it does budgeting. Mr. Speaker, Treasury in this country has budgeted for ministries and departments in the same way as it has since 1963, so that sectors that have traditionally enjoyed big budgets continue to enjoy inordinately bigger budgets. The traditional sectors that are capital intensive, that are infrastructure intensive, have continually enjoyed big budgets, budgets that probably are even budgeted for corruption, Mr. Speaker. Emergent sectors, Mr. Speaker, like the sector of telecommunication, the sector of innovation, the sector of information, some of which were small departments in traditional bigger sectors. For example, the sector of ICT and digital economy was traditionally a small department within energy. In Treasury, to their mind, ICT and digital economy still remains in their mind a small department within energy. But if you look at the bottom-up economic transformational agenda, if you look at Marshall plans like the Kenya Superhighway, Digital Superhighway program, if you look at Vision 2030, emerging sectors like ICT and the digital economy might be the place where we find a solution for the issues that are being canvassed, even the issues that are being canvassed by the Gen Z on the streets. They are talking about youth engagement. They are talking about employment. This employment will not come from the bigger sectors. It will not come from corporate Kenya. These youth will be meaningfully engaged if members in this house are able to institute digital innovation hubs in each and every ward of this country. It will happen when we are able to make connectivity, get to places like Wajir and Mandera and the other far-flung places in this country. These opportunities will be available when our young people are able to get digital online jobs, where they are able to go to a digital innovation hub in their village and they are able to be paid in dollars. But Mr. Speaker, that is the case we find ourselves in, where Treasury is still budgeting in the way they used to budget in the 60s. Mr. Speaker, our sector in the ICT and digital economy has proven that if you invest 1 shilling, you're going to reap 5 shillings out of that investment. So what we are decrying here, Mr. Speaker, I do stand up as a village crier, saying that even as we prosecute these budgets, Parliament will have to apply itself better so that we can remedy the ills that are coming from Treasury, which are traditionally budgeting in a way that does not benefit us and does not drive us in the way of solving some of the problems that the young people are telling us. So, Mr. Speaker, I do support the consideration of this first supplementary budget, and I do laud the members of the Digital Economy Committee, up to and including the Honorable Dr. Bensouda, who I see here, because they applied themselves well in this supplementary budget to be able to remedy some of those ills that we picked out that were occasioned by the way that Treasury is budgeting for this country. And I want to laud these members of our ICT committee and remind you that in the absence of a committee of the future in this jurisdiction, the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation is actually the committee of the future. And we shall take our rightful place as Parliament so that we budget as is required by the Constitution, where budgeting happens on this floor in this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do support.
Zamzam, you are on the... Oh, is that... Who is the member at the end? Mwalio. Honorable Mwalio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to stand to support the supplementary one estimates and be able to hear some grievances that the supplementary budget has created. In this supplementary, then the cuts that we have been able to cut, we have been able to remove entirely majority of the development funds in many sectors and also the ministries. And what we are doing by so doing is that we are taking people out of business and also creating unemployment. Because if there is no development, it means that the contractors that have been able to be given some contracting, they have been able to win some tenders, and they have been able to do some works. They are going to have pending bills, and also they are going to lay down the workers that have been employed and engaged in those contracts. Therefore, it is very important to think out of the box, to be able to at least to keep some little money in a development instead of removing all the 100% development funds, because it is going to take people to the streets without any employment. If you see the building sector, whereby the contractors normally engage with the government, because the government is the biggest employer of all the contractors, then those workers are going to be left with any job because there is nothing for development for this year. Number two, in our Committee of Trade, Industry, and the Cooperatives, we had checked whereby we can take out money and put whereby we can create some employment in some EPZ, SEZ, in the Rivertex, in the new KCC, whereby we were creating some jobs for the Kenyans. Because the Gen Zs are crying because there is no employment. So let us think to be able to be conscious to create some employment so that we can accommodate some of our young people that are in the streets every day. So we will be able to maybe to make some amendments in the third reading so that we can be able to create some room even for some people to create some employment somewhere so that these young people can be engaged in some of the developments that are going on. We were told that in the EPZ, they are all lined up of investors who are coming up to invest in those sheds. And those sheds, the money has been removed. So we will not be able to create any employment, and also the investors will find there is nothing, no infrastructure that has been done for them to be able to engage in a meaningful manufacturing, in a meaningful engagement with the government. So let us think twice as we remove and we make the future budgets so that our goal should be more so by creating employment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to give my opinion on the debate concerning the budget estimates that have been tabled. And I want to, first of all, thank the young people of Kenya, because it is because of them that they have given us an opportunity to review these budget estimates and relook at areas where we can be able to reduce our expenditure and plan our money economy in a better way. Mr. Speaker, whereas I support the intentional move by the Budget Committee to allocate more funds in areas where the young people of Kenya may benefit through jobs creation, and more specifically when I talk about job creation, I'm talking about the value addition areas and processing that has been given more attention and allocated more money. The school feeding program that has been able to be given 3 billion shillings. That is a positive move, Mr. Speaker. The intentional move to add more resources to TVETs and Kenya medical training colleges so that we can accommodate more of our young people into the training. And the intentional move to add more money in value addition projects like the ultra-modern fish processing plant in Liwatoni and many other value addition ventures that has received a positive increment on money allocation. Mr. Speaker, whereas I appreciate that the young people of Kenya have been given an opportunity to get more busy with such ventures in value addition, I'm quite concerned because the current president, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, when he was the deputy president, has pledged many times that he's going to provide milk coolers to most of our farmers in our villages, Githongori constituency being one. Mr. Speaker, his promises has never been fulfilled. And we do understand it is because maybe there was limitation on funding. So the fact that this proposal has allocated more money into buying of milk coolers in this country to a tune of 2 billion is a positive move for me. Not because the farmers did not have the coolers, but because more coolers will create more opportunities for our farmers and across the value chain to create jobs even for the young people. But Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the chairman of the budget committee is in the House. And I would want to have some clarification why the money that was allocated for coffee cherry fund has been reduced with 1 billion shillings. This is something that I have been raising since the beginning of this year. We were promised that we are going to get 4 billion shillings for cherry fund. Later on, we were promised that our farmers, the coffee farmers, are going to be given 6 billion shillings to clear our debts. But according to the document that I have, Madam Speaker, vote number 1173 says that the Ministry of Cooperative and Development Management is going to lose 1 billion shillings recurrent fund from coffee cherry fund. Mr. Speaker, I would want a clarification on why coffee cherry fund is being reduced from whatever was allocated initially to losing 1 billion shillings. Is it that our farmers have not absorbed the money? Is it that they have realized that our farmers have had enough of cherry fund? Now they have to reduce to 1 billion, from 2 billion shillings to 1 billion? Or what is this that has informed the budget committee to reduce cherry fund to this level? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I am a farmer. Sorry. I am a farmer. And I can tell you that not all farmers have received cherry fund as we speak. Some of the farmers requested for 80 shillings per kilo of cherry fund. They only received 20 shillings. There are some factories as we speak who requested for cherry fund and have never received this money. So when we come now and revise the budget and reduce this money in the excuse of that we are adding more coolers, does it mean that milk farmers who are receiving coolers are more important than coffee farmers? This is a question that I would want to get answer from the relevant committee, because it is not right for us to be playing public relations with our farmers. It is not right for us to be promising our farmers something on television, but when it comes to actual figures, we play around with figures. So I will not support this until I'm clear why coffee farmers are getting a reduction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Chair Budget, you'll note the concerns of members. You can respond to them during reply. Dr. Ochanda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the motion on the basis of the timing, in terms of the time when it is falling in. Madam Speaker, this appropriation is coming in at a time when precedents have been created. We have basically created precedents in this country. A precedent, number one, that a finance bill has been rejected nearly as the first time in the history of this country. Number two, we are doing this against a backdrop that members were very elated about the appropriation that we had done last before we did the finance bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I look through this supplementary appropriations, my view is that if we had time, where we are not able to get the 400 billion shillings, Madam Speaker, if we had time, I believe we are able to get this money. Number one is the amount of what is appearing as vote and programs that are placed in different departments, but are getting monies differently. If we went ahead, particularly to synchronize in terms of, for example, if you look at the Department of Immigration, there are things that are talking about population services. Population services are in immigration. Then we also have issues to do with population in planning. I want to believe that if these things were merged and were looked at as one, we would have saved quite a bit of money here. The same goes to where we are having Department of Irrigation, we are having Department of Water. I think these are areas where if we looked at thoroughly, there are areas where we can make savings. But beyond that, Madam Speaker, since all this began, the head of state has indicated scrapping of more than 40 parastatals. These parastatals are already still here in the supplementaries with allocations through the departments that they fall. So, Madam Speaker, if we looked through this, if we had time, and I think this is exactly what the Budget and Appropriation Committee needs to look at, the issue of cleaning duplications and the issue of costing and marrying together the monies that were supposed to be going to the parastatals that are being scrapped, then if we put them together, Madam Speaker, I believe we are able to get the 400 billion that we are looking for by cutting some of these areas in terms of the budgets that were necessary. The other thing is the whole issue of pilferage. If we are able to get to close all avenues of pilferage, all avenues where we are getting issues of corruption, particularly today the President has pronounced himself to the issue of procurement. I think if we closed all these avenues, Madam Speaker, I believe and I strongly believe that we are able to get the 400 billion shillings that are making us get to this arrangement where there's no money for development, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Member for Manyata, Honorable John Gitonga, are you on this one? If not, I'll give to member for Sirisia. If not there, I'll give the member for Tetu. Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute and support this supplementary budget. Madam Speaker, we are in a very, very interesting time as a country because for the first time, matters economy, matters governance are taking center stage in this country, something that we have not had in a long, long time. And it is good that we are looking at our expenditure. It is good that we are looking at how we raise funds. It is good that we are looking at how we finance the governance of this country. Madam Speaker, I would like to start by calling out a treasury. Because, Madam Speaker, partly some of the problems that we have found ourselves in may have been the lack of thoroughness that we have exhibited in how we have prepared the different financial documents, be they budgets or be they appropriation. And Madam Speaker, it is important, without preempting debate on the individuals who have been selected to take charge of Treasury, to say that it is important that we get the best brains at Treasury. So that some of the challenges that we have gone on with the documents that have been rejected by the public and have put us in the spot as members of this House, at least we can be able to perform much, much better in future in terms of our budget and appropriations preparation. Madam Speaker, having said that, even as we try to exercise different austerity measures, even as we try to juggle with the minimal resources that we have and move them around to be able to satisfy the different needs in our country, it is important, Madam Speaker, that we continue and maybe even up the ante on the war on corruption and the war on wastage. Because, Madam Speaker, sometimes we talk about austerity. Then we realize the only austerity we achieved is by cutting important programs or reducing funding to important programs. But the money that gets lost through wastage, the money that gets lost through corruption remains the same. And as some of the people who have said here, we not only need to look at the national government, but we also need to look further down into the county government. Because if we do not win the war on corruption, we will continue about talking about austerity. We will continue talking about not raising enough resources for a long, long time, without achieving whatever, any meaning of progress. Madam Speaker, it is important that we also create a lean government, a government that is small enough to meet the needs of the people, but also big enough to execute the mandate that it has been given. I personally believe, Madam Speaker, that the government has no business. That's why when the president calls out and says that there are some parastatals who would like merged or who would like wound up, that is something that I support. In this country, Madam Speaker, we have over 350 plus parastatals. Some of them have duplicated functions. Others can barely even survive without getting the annual budgetary support that they get from Treasury. Madam Speaker, we have to say what is important. What is the work of a government? It is to provide education. It is to provide things like health services. It is to provide things like security and the rest. When the government is in the business of, milling machines, the government is in the business of, milling cotton and things like that. Those are things that can be best done, and they've done even better by the private sector. And Madam Speaker, if you look at this country, you can tell me any service that is offered by the government, especially those parastatals, which does not have a problem. When it comes to power, we have issues of reliability, we have issues of adequacy, and we have very many other issues. Where the services offered by the private sector, in a lot of instances, move so much better and are even cheaper. So it is time that we started looking at what is the core mandate of the government and ensure that only those functions are supported. But even as we work on this budget, and to support my chairman of the ICT committee, we must look into the future. We have continued putting a lot of money in the traditional brick and mortar economy, and we have forgotten to be futuristic. If you go to the United Arab Emirates, they have a minister for AI. They are thinking about futuristic things of where the world is going. We still have, and rightly so, an obsession with roads, an obsession with water, and those are all good things. But as we fix the past, we must also continue talking about the future. How much money are we allocating in research? How much money are we allocating in AI? How are we helping to build a futuristic government, even as we take care of the past? So, Madam Speaker, I rise to support the supplementary budget, but I request that the chairman of the budget committee and his people at Treasury continue to do a budget that is purposeful, that is helpful for this country going forward. I rise to support, Madam Speaker, with those comments. Thank you.
Chair at National Administration, Honorable Tongoyo.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity also to add my voice into this very important debate. Madam Speaker, from the very onset, I want really to appreciate and commend the Budget Committee led by their very able chair for burning the midnight oil to have this report ready. In fact, Madam Speaker, about last night, I was trying to call the chair, and he told me he went to bed around 4 a.m. And at the same breath, Madam Speaker, also want to commend all chairs, departmental chairs, who actually also participated in making this possible. Madam Speaker, it is good to appreciate that we are doing this supplementary budget during a very hard moment, because it was actually primarily cuts resulting or occasioned by the stepping down or suspension of the Finance Bill 2024, which has really caused a lot of cuts across the all sectors, which we have got no option. We had just to accept as it is. But having said this, Madam Speaker, I want really to appreciate that the Budget Committee had really tried to save and preserve the very critical and important program that are so beneficial to Kenyans. And just to mention a few, Madam Speaker, under the supplementary budget, there's still provision of money to absorb our GSS, which is a very positive step forward. We know majority of our youth are having a problem of unemployment, and observing the GSS will actually be a promise that the Kenya Kwanza government will be fulfilling. Madam Speaker, in the same budget, there is an increment for our police officers and the prisons, warders, and actually across all the security sector. It is actually, Madam Speaker, you remember, we all have to appreciate the Maraga Task Force report recommended a 40% increase of salaries to our police officers. And even the president has committed so, and in this budget, the same money has been provided, a tune of 3.5 billion has been provided to enable our police officers get their salary increment starting this month, as promised by the president. Madam Speaker, and I know we are still going to look at other sectors, like, of course, their welfare, the housing program, so that our police officers' welfare is going to be better. Madam Speaker, the issue like milk coolers is a very important sector, especially actually from the pastoralist community where we come from. Normally we say the cow belongs to the man, but milk belongs to the mothers. And the provision of milk coolers in the budget is a very critical component that is going to ensure that the livelihood of our farmers and our mothers is going to be uplifted. Madam Speaker, it's also important that, of course, the issue of CDF has been enhanced to enable these members, to enhance their bursaries, to ensure that all kids in Kenya get their bursaries. Madam Speaker, I want to speak on the issue of the lease vehicle. In the same budget, Madam Speaker, there is a provision of slightly less than 10 billion money that is going to enable us to able to re-impact into the program of the lease vehicle, to enable our security agents, our Ngawa officers, to enable to get the very important kits of tools of service so that they can able to give service to Kenyans more effectively and efficiently. And especially even to mention those who are undertaking security operation in the North Rift and in northern part of Kenya. Madam Speaker, in the same budget, we noted, of course, that there is the money for the public participation has been ring-fenced and protected so that the members who crisscross the entire country, taking the views of Kenyans, will be able to have this project provided to give the needed services. But having said this, Madam Speaker, and I hope the chair budget is listening to this, in the police sector, we had anticipated to have a lot of raft of reform and to enable our police officers to perform their duties and provide the tool of service. But in the development...
Chair budget, that Kamukunji has gone on too long. Honorable Tongo is addressing a matter to you so that you can be able to respond, especially the chairs of departmental committees.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Chair budget, I was mentioning that having appreciated a lot of development and good things that has been considered in the policing sector, where we are anticipated to do a lot of reform to enable our security agents perform their duty more effectively, the money for the modernization is lacking. It has got a zero budget. In fact, Madam Speaker and the chair budget, it's good to note this, even the money to do the crowd management, you know, the tear gas, the protective gears, is zero in this budget. I will kindly plead to the chair, when we go to the appropriation or even actually the supply, in this house, we look for some money to enable our police officers get the tear gas, the protective gears, to manage, of course, the crowd for crowd management. And kindly, yes, and cyber security, so, as well said by my very able chair, ICT. And I don't want to preempt, but I know the chair budget is very concerned, equally concerned about this component, this program that was not really considered. Also, and I kindly, Chair ICT, I want also the Chair to listen to this. Madam Speaker, we had a program, a very good program, Madam Speaker, on restocking program, especially among the pastoralist community, those affected by the cattle rustling, which initially we had about 1 billion or so, I think 2 or so, which has been removed. I will kindly call this House, and of course the Chair Budget and his committee, to look around when we get to that stage, whether we can get some small money to enable the pastoralist community restock there, because that is their source of livelihood, Madam Speaker. So, Chair, kindly, and I don't want to preempt, but we have got the issue of equalization is not bad. If Chair, kindly, I want Chair to listen to this. The issue of restocking is very important to pastoralist communities, and I can see even my colleague Peter Locha is agreeing with this. The farmers, the pastoralists lost a lot of head of cattle during the drought. Even others did through this issue of cattle rustling. I will beseech and call upon the Chair Budget and this House to look around where they can get some 2 billion or so that we can be able to have money to take back to the restocking program. And having said this, we can, Madam Speaker, this House is a budget-making House, and I'm sure we can still be able to get some money to put some money into that program. Having said this, I want to support this, and I'm really very happy and still commend all of us, chairs, who participated to make this possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well, Member for Wajir, Honorable Fatuma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to make my contribution on this budget, the supplementary estimate for the financial year 2024-25. But before I do my contribution, Madam Speaker, and I want to get your attention, Madam Speaker, can I get your attention, Madam Speaker? I want to get your attention, Madam Speaker. Yes, I want your attention, Madam Speaker. I said before I do my contribution, I want to express my disappointment, to be honest. I came here very early in the morning, and my card was in the computer. And not just me. Some of the new members in this parliament have been wanting to speak from yesterday. But I don't understand what happens in this clerk office that we are not given a chance to say something. And for once, I want to talk to the leadership of this House. Mr. Ichungwa, if you can hear me, I'll be more than glad if you hear me, Mr. Ichungwa, that us, the members, the first-timers, we also want to speak. Mr. Ichungwa, I was saying, I want to talk to the leadership of this House. The new members of this House, they come here very early. They are not given a chance to say something. And I really don't understand what is going on in the clerk's office and the speaker. I say that because I was number 2 when I came here early in the morning. Let me just finish. I was number 2, and to date, we are just seeing people raising their hand, giving, to talk. Let us just know. If you don't want us to speak, let us know. Gen Zs have really shown us the way.
Honorable Fatuma.
Yes.
Order. Because you have come to the clerk's table, you have come to me, and there was a directive by the substantial speaker that every time, please take your seat, every time an order is called, the screen is cleared. Because what we see every day is what you have seen me call for members by following each other, and they're not in the House. People put a card and disappear. People put a card on an issue, yet they don't want to speak to it. So we are implementing that every time a new order is called, and you can also not put a card in the morning to speak in the afternoon. You'll understand, and we have tried to explain to you. So I hope that is clear enough as guidance not only to you, but to the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well noted, but I was, again, the first person to enter this House this afternoon because I really wanted to be heard. And I still say I'm disappointed by the
You're
leadership
on the floor,
of the
Honorable
House.
Fatuma. Please.
So having said
heard.
that, Madam Speaker, I'll move to the what I wanted, my contribution, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to thank the committee for agreeing with the Gen Zs for taking a budget cut. Indeed, I want to appreciate the Gen Zs for forcing not just the members of parliament, but Kenyans in large, for accepting to live within their means. And having said that, Madam Speaker, there are institutions that gained. I want to applaud the committee for looking at the doctors, the internship doctors, the JSS teachers, and the feeding programs so that our children can be fed. Madam Speaker, the elephant in the room, Madam Speaker, still we need to go further and cut our coat according to our size. There are ministries that are given monies that there's duplication of roles, Madam Speaker. If I may highlight a bit, the Office of the Deputy President, there is money that is given for alcohol and for alcohol use. We also have NACADA. Someone will ask, why will we give Office of the Deputy President such a huge money when we have NACADA who can also fight against drug abuse? And it's something food for thought. We need to discuss that so that we can also cut our budget and see, because we are talking of lean budget, those are areas we need to look at. Madam Speaker, I have heard my sister, Mudhoni, saying they were given 2 billion for the coffee. And that has actually made me think, for those of us who come from the northern part of this country, whether we will ever see a day we'll get 2 billion for the restocking of our livestock, or even those who fish, or those who do mira, and many others. So it's something for our budget chair to see so that even us, our livelihood can be improved. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to discuss on the ministries that are still held at the national government, and they are given huge chunks of money. We need to be serious and devolve some of these functions. If you look at Health Committee is devolved, but still there's a lot of money that goes to the Health Department, Health Ministry in the national government, and many other ministries. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity for the CS that have been appointed today. I wish them all the best. And I want to applaud my party leader for accepting to dialogue with the government. At the end of the day, the country is bigger than us, and we need to work together. But I want to urge them to remember women. Women are very important in this role. So far, we have not seen any lady appointed from our side. Hopefully, we'll still get. I hear there are some positions which are pending. And we'll see whether the likes of Millie and Rosa and Esther Passaris will get a chance to serve even in these ministries. So having said that, thank you. And hopefully for the members, the new members here, we have been shown the way, the Gen Z's way. Let us fight for our rights. Let us fight for us to speak here. We will not allow members who are 4 times to be repeating, and we sit here waiting for us days and days to just say one word. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fatuma. Just to correct you, no CS has been appointed, just nominated. It is this House to take them through the vetting and finally the appointment by the President. I'll give this chance to the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on this consideration of the first supplementary estimates for the year 24-25. Maybe, Honorable Speaker, just to exonerate myself, you know everything we say here is on record. And the Honorable Fatuma was referring to me when she was complaining about new members speaking. And maybe by now she should have known that it is the speakers that, or the persons sitting on the speaker's chair who decide who speaks, not the leader of minority, not the leader of majority. I also wait, like I have patiently waited to get this opportunity to contribute. But Honorable Speaker, let me say this first supplementary budget within the first month of the financial year is a very unique supplementary budget. Indeed, it is the second such budget, supplementary budget that I've seen since I joined this House over 10 years ago, the first being in 2018, which was also occasioned by changes of the Finance Act of 2018-2019. And those like Millie Odhiambo, who are here, we remember when we declined to approve the VAT on fuel. That occasioned certain changes to the appropriations bill, occasioning the first such supplementary, although that happened within the second to third month. This is the first time indeed in the history of Parliament that we are seeing a supplementary budget even before we begin implementing the budget. And it must not be lost on Kenyans that this was occasioned by the rejection of the Finance Act of 2024-2025. That rejection of the Finance Act occasioned a huge gap in our budget for this financial year, Honorable Speaker, and that is what has necessitated this supplementary budget this early in the financial year. The rejection of the finance bill occasioned a deficit of an additional 346 billion. And that tells you, Honorable Speaker, without this first supplementary budget, it would therefore mean that the government of Kenya goes out to borrow the entire 346 billion. Members will note that this supplementary budget is only reducing our budget by a total of about 146.3 billion. There is therefore another gap or a fiscal deficit of an additional 200 billion, part of which, Honorable Speaker, would be covered through additional revenue-raising measures and other austerity measures that will be carried on in the course of the financial year. Honorable Speaker, it's important to say this so that Kenyans get to understand that every finance act or every finance bill that consequently becomes a finance act comes to finance government operations and the budgets that we have budgeted for the people of Kenya. And I've heard many members lament this and that budget has been cut. Yes, this and that budget will be cut. And indeed, I heard the member of Githunguri complain that the coffee cherry revolving fund has lost 1 billion shillings, but failed to inform coffee farmers that they have an additional 3 billion shillings, but they would have gotten an additional 4 billion shillings this financial year. But also, Honorable Speaker, as rightly as she said, and she was asking, I don't know whether sarcastically, that whether dairy farmers or milk farmers are more important than coffee farmers. All farmers in the Republic of Kenya are important farmers. And that is why even dairy farmers in Githunguri, dairy farmers in Kikuyu, dairy farmers in Karachuonyo, dairy farmers in Bungoma, in Kandui constituency, and those in Kuresoi, south and north, will benefit from milk coolers, because it is a key promise that this administration promised dairy farmers that we will ensure that there is substantive value addition in the milk value chain, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, as much as within the last budget that we had just approved, there wasn't money for milk coolers and for dryers for maize farmers, we have now made sure that there are resources that are being allocated to ensure that we also secure the post-harvest losses from our maize farmers. We secure our dairy products by having coolers around our country in dairies in almost all our wards, Honorable Speaker. And I know we don't have adequate resources, courtesy of the rejection of the finance bill, to be able to roll out everything that ought to have been rolled out, Honorable Speaker. You have had many of, and this morning, Honorable Speaker, I had an engagement with the young people who keep sending us messages. A young girl called Jane, who told me she's a student at MKU,
complaining that they have no access to university funding, Honorable Speaker. But I want to assure Jane and many other university students that the Committee on Budget has made sure that under the differentiated unit cost and also resources that have gone to the Higher Education Loans Board, no child, no student in university, no child or student in our TVET institutions will lack to access higher education on account of either capitation through DUC or either getting loans and sponsorship or scholarships through the Higher Education Loans Board. And these are some of the balances, Honorable Speaker, that we have had to do. That means, Honorable Speaker, that there will be a give and take within the supplementary budget, and that's why you see there are many other areas that we have cut expenditure, part of which might have been critical expenditure, but which can wait. And budget is all about prioritizing, Honorable Speaker, and we must be able to prioritize so that we ensure that even those who crusaded for the rejection of a finance bill are not going to suffer, Honorable Speaker, because they have opportunities that they will never be able to access. A child who does not access university education today cannot wait for next year or the year after. But probably a road in Kikuyu constituency that was to be constructed this financial year can wait. I therefore want to take this opportunity to ask Kenyans and to plead with Kenyans to be patient, because under these difficult economic times, under these times where we give and take, you cannot and we cannot have our cake and eat it at the same time. If we have no finances from the finance bill, then a road here and there will give way. A dam here and there will give way. Another project to do a hospital somewhere will give way. But, Honorable Speaker, that will come with the necessary and requisite responsible stewardship of the National Treasury. And I want to believe, even with the nominees that have been named today, the Honorable John Mbadi, God willing, if he ends up being in the National Treasury, he has the requisite knowledge, and he has sat in this House, he knows. He has been a member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee when I chaired that committee. Honorable Speaker, I am confident that we'll be able to roll out this budget, be able to chew gum and scale the stairs at the same time, be able to cut on expenditure, unnecessary expenditure, and also be able to roll out critical development and other social programs in education, Honorable Speaker, even capitation to our day and boarding secondary schools, and also our JSS teachers, the JSS capitation, Honorable Speaker. All these things must run concurrently, even as difficult as things are under the rejected finance bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are certain things, Honorable Speaker, that were in the Finance Act or the Finance Bill, it never became an act, that would have helped this country also realize very many other developmental objectives. And for instance, Honorable Speaker, was the waiver or the exemption on penalties, on tax amnesty, or rather the tax amnesty provision that was there in the Finance Bill. Honorable Speaker, I am hoping that with time, the Finance Committee will make consideration to see how we can rescue some of these very positive things that were demonized within the Finance Bill that would have done very well for this economy, Honorable Speaker. That waiver, or the tax amnesty waiver, Honorable Speaker, easily generates close to between 30 to 40 billion shillings, and at the same time allows business people in this country an opportunity to save from penalties that have been penalized by KRA on account especially of bills they have not paid, because government is also holding their money under the pending bills, Honorable Speaker. And I want to pray and hope that the Finance Committee and indeed the National Treasury are working on ways that the people speak about the creation of jobs. We say the bottom-up economic transformation agenda is anchored on job creation, Honorable Speaker. We tried, Honorable Speaker, during the Finance Bill debate to speak to Kenya to speak to Kenyans and in some of the measures that were in the finance bill, spoke to job creation. But unfortunately, under the circumstances, it was difficult to get that message across to Kenyans. When we spoke about the manufacture of diapers, manufacture of sanitary towels, Honorable Speaker, we were simply trying to safeguard local manufacturing, to ensure that our industries are thriving to create jobs locally, to ensure that those industries are generating revenues in this economy, not exporting jobs to other countries in the Far East, not exporting our forex to countries in the Far East as we import. And I'm glad I heard this afternoon the President speak to it, that it is time we had a conversation as Kenyans as to whether we want to make our economy one large supermarket to merchandise products manufactured and creating jobs in other economies outside of our economy, or whether we want to make our country a manufacturing hub where we'll be able to manufacture sanitary towels, diapers, and all those other things, Honorable Speaker. I've had members contribute to the issue of farmers. And that's what I was asking about, whether milk farmers are more important. Those who are claiming milk farmers seems to be getting preferential treatment versus coffee farmers. That, Honorable Speaker, within the finance bill, we had provisions that sought to protect poultry farmers. Many of our peasant farmers are in poultry rearing. Others are growing potatoes, Honorable Speaker. Others are growing onions. We sought to protect the onion farmer. We sought to protect the potato farmer, the poultry farmer from cheap imports of eggs, of potatoes. What reason is there, Honorable Speaker, for us to be growing onions in Loitoktok or in Kieni, in Nyeri County, and allow the importation of cheaper onions from Tanzania at the expense of the farmer in Kieni? Why would a farmer in Mochongoi, in Baringo County, or in Kinangop in Nyandarua be growing potatoes, yet my famous KFC and other cheap joints in town are importing potatoes from as far as Mexico and Netherlands? We must protect our local farmers, Honorable Speaker. And these are some of the measures that I'm saying we will need time to now soberly look at all these things and know how else can we finance the deficit that we have. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the revenue estimates that are contained in the budget that we approved, and even in this supplementary budget, are usually very optimistic. If you look at where our country is today, we have been told we are losing not less than 6 billion shillings. Every day we are out in the streets stopping other people from going to work. The import of that, Honorable Speaker, is that we may not realize the revenue projections that we have projected in this supplementary budget. The consequence of that will be additional borrowing. That borrowing will have ramification on our cost of borrowing locally in the domestic market, because you have to borrow from the domestic market. It will have an implication on how much business people, or the rate at which business people can borrow, how much investments they can invest in, how many jobs they can be able to create for young Kenyans. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just want to speak to Kenyans and ask them, let us reason together. Let us act in a manner that we will not destroy our economy as we seek to fix that which we seek to fix in our country. It is possible, as I said, to chew gum and scale the stairs, Honorable Speaker, together. And I believe together, we as a country can be able to do that. We can be able to fix the economic mess that we are in. We can be able to fix our politics without fighting, without injuring each other. We can be able to grow this economy and get it to where it ought to be. And Honorable Speaker, let me conclude by saying this first supplementary budget, as I said, is unprecedented. But I want to believe in the next few months, inevitably, we will get into a second. And this year, I foresee even a third supplementary budget, and ask the National Treasury that as they begin implementing this budget, Honorable Speaker, and as the new government ministries and state departments take shape, they will need to further review these budgets further to be able to align them with the new governance system that will be there. and to ensure that there are further cuts so that if the projected revenues that we project are not realized, then we do not need to go out and borrow much more, because even that space to borrow more money, we are almost hitting the ceiling that we set in this House, Honorable Speaker, and therefore it will not be feasible to continue borrowing. Honorable Speaker.
Time is up. Member for Chepalungu, Honorable Victor Koech.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I equally want to appreciate the opportunity you've given me. So I also heard my voice on the ongoing debate on the report by the Budget and Appropriation Committee led by Honorable Ndini Nyoro. I want to laud them and to congratulate them for the good work they are doing. The President, while refusing to assent to the finance bill, clearly said in his speech that austerity measures are going to follow. Truly, from this report, the Budget and Appropriation Committee has given us a report, and in this report, the Office of the Presidency, together with the Office of the Deputy President, has faced a huge budget cut to a tune of 4.2 billion. Say, J serving as a country through or under internship. We are going to continue serving us under internship. But the Budget and Appropriation Committee saw it well and gave us a solution. And now our teachers are happy lot, and it is a clear indication that in a few months' time, their confirmation is going to come through. And equally, Madam Speaker, coming from a constituency that greatly relies on dairy farming, I am happy as a member because money for milk coolers is still available through this budget, and it is a clear indication that mopping up of milk is going to happen. It is going to benefit my farmers from my constituency and from the dairy farmers within the country. Further gains, Madam Speaker, on the same is the issue of internship. Availing money through this budget to recruit more interns is a clear indication that this country is moving toward the right direction, ensuring that the graduates who graduate from various institutions are going to be engaged somewhere as they gain experience or as we prepare them for future markets. But sadly so, Madam Speaker, it is important to note that whenever we have a budget, we equally have a finance bill which translates to a finance act which funds this particular budget. We were not able, because we lost the finance bill, to actually put into budget the money for last mile. This money was going to greatly help the constituencies, and especially the constituency that I represent, that is Chepaluko constituency. It is important to note that sadly, we lost 14.5 billion, of which each constituency was going to get 50 billion. It is now upon the Budget and Appropriation Committee, led by Honorable Ndini Nyoro, together with us, members of this House, to look into the ways that we can bring back this particular amount of money in September, so as to ensure that we increase or we enhance electricity connectivity within our constituency. They say, Madam Speaker, if you want to remain in power, you have to give people power. And if we fail to give people power, we'll be answerable to the people that gave us these particular seats when it comes to 2027. It is important as a House that we sit down, look into the ways of how we can bring back this 14.5 billion that was going to help not only my constituency, but all the constituencies in the entire country. Madam Speaker, it is sadly also to note that we lost 10 billion that was going to enhance CDF. We all know the amount of work, the magnitude of the work that is being undertaken by CDF. We are losing 10 billion that was going to increase money to our constituencies by a margin of around 30 million by constituency. This means for constituencies that have been left behind for so long, like Chepaluko constituency, that is still facing a lot of dilapidation of infrastructure. Madam Speaker, this money would have greatly impacted on the infrastructure within the constituency that I represent and equally to the entire country. It is now upon us, upon this Honorable House, upon the Chair, upon the committee, the Budget and Appropriation Committee, to look into the ways of bringing back this particular money so as to improve on the infrastructure of education, to improve on bursaries. In the rural constituencies that we represent, Madam Speaker, most of the people that go to school rely heavily on bursaries, and we don't enhance it, it means that we are not coping with the increase in population. Madam Speaker, on the roads, just like any other department, just like any other saga, roads have actually faced a major cut. Entirely, as a budget, we are losing over 100 billion. Roads is a major critical infrastructure that is going to spur economic growth within our constituencies. The finance bill that was drawn out that didn't work was seeking to find and allocate money and appropriate money that was going to handle roads that have been orphaned for so long. In our constituency, cutting across 3 constituencies, that is Daraja Sita, Chebole, going to Chebunya and Emuru Adigiri, we have a road that was done that was low volume, that requires maintenance. This money is not available simply because we didn't find money. We didn't pass, we actually passed, but it wasn't ascended, the finance bill. It is now upon this House, upon the Budget and Appropriation Committee to sit back together with the chair for roads and find ways. We need to find ways of handling these particular roads. There are major connectors, but sadly, Madam Speaker, they have remained unpassable for so many years. We've been promising, but the promise is not coming. It is now upon this House that we sit down, analyze our budget well, find ways and possible solutions of allocating money to these particular orphan roads. Because if they remain unmaintained for this long, we will lose the purpose for which they were constructed for. And Madam Speaker, having said so, equally, the 3 things that we are elected to serve our people majorly is on water, electricity, and roads. On water, if we are continue to underfund the water sector, then it means, Madam Speaker, our people will not access clean drinking and even domestic water. If it so exists so, Madam Speaker, we as a country are not leading in the right direction. And even as we lament and talk about this budget, it is not appropriate that we sit back and say we're not going to make further adjustment and allocate more money into water sector. It is now upon us, upon the chair, that we should allocate money to water. We should deliberately allocate more money to energy, to roads, and to education. Sadly, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education, or the Department of Education, lost money for infrastructure. This money for infrastructure normally comes in to add up to what CDF does. In a constituency that I represent, that so many schools are still in a sorry situation, Madam Speaker, this money normally comes up to add up to what I do as a member of parliament. Kneeling, or actually saying that this money is no longer available, is destroying a constituency that was going to develop further. It is now upon the chair, and I implore upon you, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, to find ways. The infrastructural money was critical to rural constituencies. We implore upon you, together with your committee, we will help you as a house to find ways of bringing back the infrastructural money. With so, a few remarks, Madam Speaker. I want to say I support the appropriation bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Nairobi, Honorable Passaris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak to this historic supplementary budget. But before I go to the budget, I want to say that yesterday was a very sad day for my county. From the daytime when there was demonstrations We saw the residential areas of Pipeline, and through the night, the residential areas of Zimmerman in Roysambu being tear-gassed, houses and apartments. It's a highly congested area, high populace. I spoke to the member for Roysambu this morning, Honorable Mwafrika, and he was equally disturbed by what was going on. I spoke to the acting IG, Douglas Kanja, and the Nairobi RPC, Bungei. And, Bungei said to me that, look, Esther, it becomes very difficult when you're having people trying to go to a protected area, and there are all roads leading to that protected area where there's also refineries which could cause more damage if somebody tried to tamper with them. So, it's a thin line. And it takes me back to what's going on in the Middle East, where we see the casualties of women and children because of a war that shouldn't really be there. And I really want to appeal to the Gen Zs. You have done a historic thing in this country. You are our children. I have 2 Gen Zs in my family, and almost every member of parliament here has Gen Zs in their households. And we listen to them and we hear them, and we understand where they're coming from. And they came out to the streets because the first thing they wanted was the finance bill to be withdrawn. And it was withdrawn. And then they wanted the president to go on X, and the president went on X. And then they wanted the cabinet to be dismissed, and the president dismissed the cabinet. And now there's a hue and cry about why do we bring back the same people. At one point I actually asked the Gen Zs, can you put your list together of possible people that you think could be able to come in and help with the leadership? There was no such list coming out. And at the end of the day, this is a constitutionally elected government. People went and voted. And they voted for the representatives that are in the House. Every 5 years, we have that opportunity to vote. You don't want to wait for 5 years, but you cannot disrupt the entire country. We've seen enough bloodshed. I hear Gen Z saying, oh, we are not responsible for the bloodshed, it's the police. But we saw the infiltration of the Gen Z movement by criminal elements, by goons. And even in Roysambu yesterday, the people that actually came to Roysambu yesterday were actually people that were not from that county. The county was peaceful during the day, and they rained terror at night. So the thing is, as a country, we have to always look for peace. We have seen enough bloodshed. And right now, the government has formed a broad-based parliament, and I really believe that together we can actually be able to steer this country in the right direction. There were so many things in the manifesto of Azimio that could actually complement the government. And I know that Baba has the heart of all the Gen Zs, because for the existence of the ODM party has been 19.5 years, which is the Gen Zs. We have Gen Zs that are 12 years old up to 26 years old. The 12-year-olds are in school. We can't disrupt their education every day. We also have a lot of people who are unemployed. The unemployed and those who are employed are now also having challenges. We've had cancellations, we've had job cuts, and we need to actually put this country in the right direction. Everything that the Gen Zs have spoken about for stop the abductions, let's have arrests of the police that have done wrong. I have seen the president speak to all that today. We have had budget cuts. We removed the things that were unconstitutional from the budget. And I believe that, it's going to be hard for Kenya right now. But the employment opportunities for the doctors, for the JSS teachers, are going to be there. And we hope that the economy can be spurred up in terms of giving incentives to the private sector so that we can create more job opportunities, because our neighbors have actually benefited from the strife that we have in our country. Continue guiding. And today I was thinking, we used to have NEPA desks in every ministry. Can we have a Gen Z desk in every ministry, in every public office? We have retirements every year. Austerity measures might not open out jobs for us. But if we can at least employ some Gen Zs in every ministries and have them run in the Gen Z's desk, they can make sure that they're the eyes and the ears for the president. Because structures of government sometimes are actually so bent on doing things wrong that we need the elements of the Gen Zs within there. In the counties can really help. If the counties were able to actually raise their revenue by reducing the amounts that they've been charging, they will be in a position then to be able to get more revenue and as a result actually lessen the burden on the people and be able to actually deliver more services. All round, we know that the Gen Zs are asking for more governance, they are asking for more accountability, they are asking for more action when it comes to corruption, they are asking for an end to opulence, they are asking for questions about how people became as rich as they are in such a short period. I mean, for me, I've been driving the same car I've been driving for the last 13 years. Sometimes I also question, how do people who come into parliament already have helicopters? We have questions that need to be answered, and I really pray that the president will deal with it decisively. We also see a hand of political meddling. An early politician, past and present, who's actually fueling the instability of this country, they need to be questioned and arrested. Any police that actually went beyond his mandate and did the wrong thing needs to be also arrested. There is a lot of healing to be done. The mothers who've lost their children are in pain. I have seen children saying how much they hate the government, how much they hate the parliamentarians, how much they hate everything. But you know what? We need to turn that hate into constructive ways of running this country. This country belongs to all of us. From independence, when the Mau Mau freedom fighters fought for this country, to today, there has been struggle after struggle. I myself in 2017, actually dealt with 97 bodies in this county. I actually was on the street, tear gassed over and over again till I could do it no more. It took me years of post-traumatic stress disorder to be able to deal with the smell of tear gas. I also want to say that we're going to be asking questions that the Gen Zs wants answers. What is that pink substance that is being taken through the water bowsers? Is that used in other countries? Is it ISO certified? Is it safe? Are we creating a health hazard coming in the future? There are questions that need to be answered, and we as your members of parliament will ask them. When it comes to the budget, I think there are some things that we have to do. As we tighten our budget, as we deal with corruption, we need to also ask ourselves, can we increase capitation? Can we make sure we pay for capitation? Can we make sure secondary education is free? Can we scrap all these bursaries in all these various entities, from the NGCDF to NGAF to MCAs to governors? Can we scrap it all and make sure that we have 100% transition? Can we make sure that the schools that have more students, we actually allocate money to classrooms? I think it is sad to see young teenage children who finish primary still at home because they can't pay. There are going to be some decisions that we're going to make as we move along. And I believe that we all have the best interest of the country at heart. I think we need to end the insults, we need to end the hate, we need to come together, and I believe that there is a space for the Gen Zs in every public entity. Every year we have retirements. Let's fill those spaces with the Gen Zs. Let's have a special Gen Z desk in every public entity so that they can actually look at governance. They can look at structures. They should be allowed. Access to information is a law. They should be allowed through every office to make sure that they actually help steer this country. Their efforts and their fight should not be in vain. Those who died should not be in vain. I think it's about time that we consider Gen Zs as we look to replace those who've retired. The Gen Zs, I celebrate you, and I am sorry for all the pain we have caused you. And I really pray that we can work together for the goodness and the greatness of this nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Kwanza, Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Having sat here from 2 o'clock, and as somebody mentioned, I don't know what happened, but that's for another day. I just want to echo, I think we have talked about this. My input in this particular supplementary budget is that, of course, we know why we are doing this. I've been here 3 times Madam Speaker, and this is a very unique supplementary budget because we are doing it after, of course, before we have the budget itself. Therefore, I think we are just having the inputs, and I think the chairman and other people should actually take into consideration whatever contribution these members are putting. It's important that he takes note of it. One very important thing that I've noticed that we've had a lot of cuts. Now, we therefore should, as a guideline, let's complete the projects, the ongoing projects before, because we have no funds. Let's complete the ongoing projects before we start new ones because of the financial constraint. And of course, Madam Speaker, there's a lot of wastage in this country. Again, let's look at it departmental or whatever it is, ministry. There's a lot of wastage in some of the areas. And therefore, I think we should also look at it very critically and take that as a priority when allocated some little money that you're going to be allocated. And therefore, that is something that everybody should take into consideration because we do a lot of wastage here, and I think that should be looked at seriously. The only thing that I want to comment on this is that we have 7.5 billion on fertilizer subsidy. I come from Mbadi Valley, Trans Nzoia in particular, and we have to have this, the next season, we should have this money ready because, of course, apart from having a technical problem we had, we want in future, the next year, to have fertilizer ready. Madam Speaker, I'll be very surprised that fertilizer came and imagine there was no top dressing, very little top dressing. And so then, you know, that what will that lead to? Poor harvest. And that leads to another problem, which of course means we may end up importing food in this country. It's a shame for a country like ours, which has all very good climatic conditions and the soils to import food. But just because we have not addressed that issue of fertilizer, and of course I can see 7.5 billion shillings, which is good enough, but let this come on time. And again, as it comes, some areas maize grow very fast. Let's also have the top dressing fertilizer on time. As I'm talking like this, I'm told those in Trans Nzoia and parts of Mbadi Valley, they did not get the top dressing. So we'll have a very poor harvest. Yeah? And that is because we did not do our job well. Otherwise, I think there's some allocation. Apart from that one, of course, there is this matter of coffee. Let's again work on it very, very seriously so that it can be able to export, because coffee in this country is one of the best in the whole world. Let's again work on it. Whatever it is, have the people that are in agriculture and those who are devoted to assist the farmers do something that can be able to have enough coffee harvest for us to be able to export. Secondly, of course, we have these mini coolers. I want to thank the committee for having put 2 billion shillings on importation of mini coolers. That is important. I think I took advantage of that. And I have, in my 6 wards, have at least a cooler in each ward. And this has actually helped. One, employment of the youths. Secondly, the milk that we get from here can be able to, and we have sent it to Kenya, to KCC and other factories. And I can tell you, we have a very good market in the Middle East, particularly Middle East. I have been Middle East many times. Those days when we were doing very well in terms of milk production, we had milk from Kenya. Today, you go to Middle East, and you'll be surprised that you get the milk from Uganda, and you wonder what happened to us. So that again is an issue that I think the committee want to thank you for having put 2 billion shillings for importation of the milk, and I think that milk coolers, I think from Poland, wherever it is, must be Poland. I think that is again something that we should be able to do, and do it well so that can be able to have market, particularly the Middle East. And of course, we're also trying to do zero grazing. That again will be able to go with the zero grazing. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, that is something that will be able to provide employment. I think in 4 of the milk coolers have almost got almost 80 youths actually working in those milk coolers. So I want to request that the committee look at these wastages and at least there's a depth on that. Again, I think we can also negotiate the debt, the public debts, because we are asking at least to increase the funding on projects that actually can bring development in this country. And therefore, we can also ask the Minister of Finance to be able to renegotiate on the public debts so that it can be able to increase the funding to some of the projects that actually can create employment and, of course, increase development in our country. I think, Madam Speaker, I support this bill, the supplementary bill, but I think it's a very unique. We hope and pray that we're able to, God willing, we'll be able to go through, and when you get the bill itself, the financial bill, we'll be able to look at some of the issues that were put forward to amend. So that it's also not rejected. I think some of us are even here because, we voted yes, and that has caused a lot of anxiety, some of the people. Myself, Madam Speaker, I tell you, the youth invaded my home. Yeah? So
It's out of order, Honorable Member.
No, I don't want to get involved. Madam
This
Speaker,
it's not your take, Honorable Ferdinand. What is out of order, Honorable Funyula?
What is he ordering?
What is out of order? You have your mic.
Yes. Chair.
Take your seat, Member for Kwanza.
Chair, I just want to send my sincere condolences, or my sincerely want to sincerely sympathize with my colleague who happens to be my brother-in-law for the loss you almost suffered for refusing to listen to electorates. I think you have learned your lesson.
What is out of order, Member for Funyula?
To work properly.
What is out
Thank
of
you,
order?
Honorable Speaker.
Member for Funyula, you're totally out of order.
I think it's out of order.
It is a democratic right for any member to vote anyway. Member for Kwanza, conclude.
I just want to say, I think I support this supplementary bill, and I just hope and pray that we'll be able to implement. I talked when you are away, but I think I'll be able to discuss with you some of my suggestions. I support this supplementary bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, I know I've gotten a lot of interest on this motion and some questions because in the morning the debate had been limited to 5 minutes, but because we did not limit it on this sitting to 5 minutes, you cannot do that mid-debate. But honorable members, 10 minutes is a maximum. If you all speak and limit it, many of you will speak. And just to also note, today we are sitting all the way to 9 p.m. There is enough time for members to contribute. This chance will go to the member for Nandi, Honorable Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this motion. And from the onset, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support this supplementary budget estimate, supplementary budget 1 of 2024-2025. Honorable Speaker, of course, when the budget came to our supplementary budget came to our attention, I was a bit disturbed, Honorable Chair, and I am a member of Committee on Health. And Honorable Speaker, looking at the cuts that the health facilities were taking right from Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Honorable Speaker, that was supposed to benefit from 100 million for a construction of a children's hospital to supplement the Shoe for Africa, Honorable Speaker. You know MTRH serves a very good number of counties, Honorable Speaker. Of course, my heart sank. Same to the ICU facility that was supposed to go there. Honorable Speaker, I was disturbed by the fact that KEMRI, which is the strongest and the greatest facility in matters advancing on the issues of medicine, Honorable Speaker, received a total cut of 400 million that was supposed to be meant for research and such kind of things, Honorable Speaker. Of course, Honorable Speaker, this makes my heart sink to see that Mbadi Hospital, that is handling the mental ill health issues, Honorable Speaker, in this country, received a cut, 100% cut, Honorable Speaker. And this is one of the facilities that we run to when we have issues of mental health, Honorable Speaker, or rather mental ill health, Honorable Speaker. Of course, it pained me, Honorable Speaker, to also see the national spinal injury, which is only one facility in the whole country, Honorable Speaker, that serves anyone who suffers from a spinal injury, Honorable Speaker. That facility is in dire need of funds for it to be upgraded and for it to be expanded so it can be able to accommodate and treat more people, Honorable Speaker. But this particular facility, Honorable Speaker, received 100% cut, Honorable Speaker, which is actually taking us back in matters development of health, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when you look at Kenyatta University Referral Hospital that was supposed to benefit from the cancer center, that's supposed to help us reduce the number of people that are actually going overseas for treatment, Honorable Speaker, receiving a cut, a humongous cut, Honorable Speaker, it actually broke my heart. But Honorable Speaker, looking at the gains or the winners of this particular supplementary budget, it speaks and it looks, it portrays a very good picture, Honorable Speaker, of this government that is paying attention to issues that are very primary and that are really important to this country. Honorable Speaker, when you look at education, it has been able to get a lot of money in terms of the recruitment of the 20,000 JSS teachers, Honorable Speaker, as opposed to the narrative that we were all setting into, Honorable Speaker, that since we did not have the finance bill go forward, therefore we cannot be able to generate money to run this government, then this will be the first casualties. Honorable Speaker, I am happy that we have a responsible government, a government that sits down and weighs what is more important and what is urgent, Honorable Speaker, and that is why we have the 46,000 JSS teachers confirmed and the 20,000 that are going to be hired as interns, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the young men and women of this country will not be going without money under the help. They will be able to access their money properly, Honorable Speaker. We also have the issue of the school feeding program. Honorable Speaker, I have my own reservations in regards to how the feeding program, Honorable Speaker, is actually implemented and the beneficiaries. But that notwithstanding, Honorable Speaker, I would be very selfish to actually say no to it when someone is going to benefit. So, Honorable Speaker, while we work on the structures to ensure that implementation is not only fair but also targeted, Honorable Speaker, I support and I am really happy that it was part of the persons gaining. Honorable Speaker, in health, we are going to have the universal health care. It has been a great beneficiary. We are going to have them get 8 billion. Honorable Speaker, the primary health care, the emergency and chronic diseases is also getting an allocation, Honorable Speaker. Importantly, Honorable Speaker, if you look at livestock and cooperatives, where the milk farmers, the dairy farmers are falling into, Honorable Speaker, as much as the budget cannot be able to accord the 2 billion that we really wanted for us to be able to bring up the prices of milk for our farmers, I am happy that at least we have 1.5 billion, Honorable Speaker, so that we can be able to take care of our milk farmers and be able to save them from the treatment that they are getting currently, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I cannot overemphasize, Honorable Speaker, the cherry fund that is being given to coffee farmers. Nandi County, Honorable Speaker, as you have noted, is the greatest and the newest entrant to coffee farming, and we hope to be able to benefit, Honorable Speaker, from this, including the sugar reforms, Honorable Speaker. I am one happy representative to see that this budget or this supplementary budget has maintained or retained the 1 billion that is supposed to be, that is meant for sugar reforms, Honorable Speaker, and of course not to mention the fertilizer subsidy. I am one happy person, I am one happy farmer, and one happy representative, Honorable Speaker, because our people will continue to produce their farm produce, Honorable Speaker, and feed this country. Honorable Speaker, I am especially happy because of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, Honorable Speaker, like it has been put across by
the age. And I remember being involved in a multi-party democracy and doing the protest then, and even for the change of our constitution in 2010. And there's nothing wrong for a generation to create their space. Mr. Speaker, the only problem here is that at this time in our economy, we are a country that is faced with very serious issues. And I know that protests that have been there, like yesterday, our airport not operating properly, our businesses not running properly in this country, is taking this country even further down. But we are here as a house to give hope to this nation and to set the right footings for developing this nation. I know from my engineering point of view, I will not want to repeat what has been said here. But I want to say this. If we do not create employment in this country, we have no hope for our youth. There are people or certain institutions in this country that they think is so important and fashionable to get things from outside the country. Not to try to invest in doing business in this country. We have created work for China and many other countries. We are taking care of their youth, and here our youth who have gone to universities and have been trained in certain skills, they are people who do juakali things, moving around selling things that have been imported. And sometimes you ask yourself, really, did somebody have to go to university to be somebody selling some tools even along Uhuru Highway, just across the parliament? We have to have an answer for our youth. We know that this country had started a path for manufacturing things in this country. We had the companies that were run down who were making textiles. And me, when I was a young person, I was trained in Mumia Sugar. And Mr. Speaker, what is amazing, the person who actually interviewed for me to join Mumia Sugar as a trainee after Form 6 was somebody from Nyanza. And when he was doing those interviews, he didn't care where I came from, but he was looking for the right person. How I wish that we do the same for our youth, that they don't need to know somebody. They don't need to come from a certain community for them to be engaged, particularly in government business. We need to be people who have a level playing ground where everybody has an opportunity. And I am happy when I hear that we are spending money on education because that's the main equalizer. And we must make sure that anybody who has what it takes, irrespective of where he comes from, he has a chance. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been talked about stored projects. And I cannot forget the sugar sector. I know most of the sugar sector, although people talk about the cane and the growing of cane, one of the biggest problems has been the lack of proper maintenance of those industries. They have no capacity to make spare parts for themselves, and to get spare parts from outside the country is a big cost, and our production cannot be competitive. The same can be said about how we do other businesses, like construction of roads, buildings. We have to make sure that doing business in Kenya is cheap and is competitive by making sure that we do not bring corruption element in the business, whether it's in the material supply, material production, doing labor. We must make sure that even whenever we are doing something, including this parliament, we must make sure that even when we are doing renovations in this parliament, it must be seen to be competitive. It must be seen to be having value for money. I know, and I'm a very worried person, knowing how much of roads we have done for the last 7-10 years. Mr. Speaker, these roads that have been done, they are due for major recarpeting. If we cannot take care of these assets, in another 3-4 years, we will have no roads. They will have gone. As we speak, the road between Nairobi from ABC up to Rironi in Limuru, you cannot see even a bridge for passengers to cross because it's a stalled project. It was left without even creating where passengers can cross over from one side to the other. Even it is not complete because it doesn't have service roads. We know that we are in a problem. And how I wish, as a house, we can find solution to how we can raise more money. I know people have said the informal sector, maybe we may not need to touch it, but we must find a way of making sure that everybody contributes to the kitty. Because if we don't do that, the retro amount that we are getting from people who are in the formal sector will never be enough. But I know this government has to make a decision of which is parastatals of government companies that they need to retain. And I can give an example. We have a company, NMC, which is a joint company of Kenya Railways, University, and I don't know who else. This company was started in railways, and I know I was involved in starting it. The NMC, as you call it, it was not NMC, it was Nyayo Motor Corporation. But then we could not launch a government company to do the cars. And then we had to give it a name, Numerical Machining Complex. My question is, such a company cannot sustain itself. It should be a part of the bigger Kenya Railway Central Workshops. And if we have to privatize, then we should amalgamate the two units so that it becomes viable for anybody to take over, or even from an operational point of view. Because there's no point of hanging on some of these institutions which actually depend on the exchequer for survival, because they were meant to stand on themselves. Mr. Speaker, I only pray that this country should be a country that has
Engineer, you are looking at me like you are at a funeral. What do I do?
To finish this, I wanted to say, we must be a country that will have to sacrifice. We have to limit the amount of luxuries that we have gotten into. We are not yet there. Yet we try to live like we are in the first world. We are not. And I believe if we could trim down to what we can afford, what we can sustain, it will be good for this country, because we can grow an economy that can support the future of this country. Thank you. And I support.
The Honorable Paul Biego, MP for Chesume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on this issue of supplementary. And on the onset, I rise to support the report of the Budget Committee. However, as I sit here, I've made some notes because I'm wondering how much we have also lost in the process. And as much as how I congratulate the committee for having maintained some very important projects, and I must commend them for the issue of intern teachers. Of course, we had made as a government an undertaking and a promise that we are going to take in the intern teachers, the 46,000 and the 20 new ones. And I really support this report because managed to at least still get the 17.9 billion to be able to employ those intern teachers. I'm also happy about the fact that the feeding program for our children was maintained, because we know for sure if we don't take care of our children, especially pertaining food, then we could get into a problem. So I really thank the committee that they managed to save the program for feeding. And me coming from an agricultural area, I still say thank you so much, because we were worried that the issue of subsidized fertilizer, if it was not considered, then what would happen is that our farmers would suffer big time. And of course, last season and that season we had a bumper harvest, at least thanks to the subsidized program, but at least ensured and made us buy fertilizers at 2,500. So for the 7.5 billion which has been allocated for subsidized fertilizer, I must say thank you so much. That is why I'm supporting this budget. Of course, coming from an agricultural constituency, there is the issue of the KCC milk factories, which was given a little allocation of 500 million. And again, the new KCC milk mop-up, the 1.5 billion, which at least was allocated to farmers. It's a big gain to the farmers, not forgetting the money that was allocated to the sugar, for the sugar reforms. So I believe that there's some actually good things that we have still gotten in the budget, but unfortunately, again, it's unfortunate that we are all bearing the weight of the hard decisions brought by the failure of the bill, of the financial bill. This has called for more austerity measures and drastic budget cuts, like the way and what we are going, what we are seeing right now. And unfortunately, also these cuts are on critical areas, and I think it will definitely harm the economy, because most hit areas include transport, agriculture, education, and health. And we know, of course, that forms the backbone of this country's economy. Mr. Speaker, I don't know who to blame, because while we were receiving the first and passed the first budget, everybody was happy and was smiling. And it's actually quite unfortunate, though we have heard, of course, what the Gen Z's concerns were, the issue of accountability, the issue of corruption, which is key. But at the same time, I don't know who to blame, because the bill was killed as a result of inadequate civil education, which paved way for negative marketing. And that's why I, being a member of the Finance Committee, having taken into consideration all what the stakeholders gave us, we actually, all the contentious issues had been dropped. But nevertheless, I know for sure that one of the members of the Budget Committee has just said that maybe this will be done at a later stage, after a year or two or some time. And I really would applaud the chair of the budget, at least. As me as a first-timer MP, we were really very happy about the issue of each constituency receiving 50 million on electricity. I come from an area, especially my constituency, Chesume in Nandi County, where electricity connectivity is below 30%. And apart from the last mile connectivities which we are now seeing, and the people are really appreciating, we had actually gone round telling them that each constituency is going to get 50 million. It's quite unfortunate that that is no more for now, because there's a 10 billion that has been slashed in this budget. I hear many of my colleagues saying that, well, this budget, as it is right now, the other one was a bit bloated, but to me, it's like we have shrinked this budget so that it fits the money we have. That doesn't mean that we are not going to suffer. Like the universal health cover, Mr. Speaker, which many Kenyans and all Kenyans would have actually benefited from. The people who are on unemployment have insurance covers, whereas the entire country does not have covers. So now people would not be doing harambes for issues to do with the medical or the hospital bills. But for now, that one also, we suffered a lot. And one member has also talked about the stalled roads. To me now, I also come from a constituency where there are stalled roads, and I was really very happy because part of the money which had earlier been allocated for stalled projects, I would be a beneficiary, or my constituency would be a beneficiary on two major roads, a road called Danger Chemuswa, which even people are on record for going on strike, and a road and alert to Lesos and to Keses. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, that road of Danger Chemuswa had even been launched by the former president and the current president while he was deputy. And now the fate of that road, I don't know what we can actually tell the constituents, because we had promised them that we will fix it. Job opportunities, as the Gen Zs and everybody really advocate for job opportunities, I was seeing an opportunity that we would create a lot of jobs as a result of the local factories, because initially what had happened is that taxation had been levied on the finished products, the importation. And if that had happened, actually, the local manufacturers would have a lot of market for their products, and our people would get, and the youth would really get a lot of jobs. And I hope that one day, one time, we can be able to create those jobs for the youth, because we would have actually been promoting growth for the local industries. Of course, one other dangerous thing that we have lost is the CDA, which the teachers were promised. And we just call upon the teachers, as at that time, they should be able to be patient and understand the situation. Otherwise, that can also spur a lot of problems. The other areas, Mr. Speaker, that I know it was a very difficult thing, or a difficult balance for the budget committee, because the judiciary had also given us a lot of hopes that at least they will be finishing cases on time. But now we've also seen some cuts on the judiciary, and also in the wildlife department, around 1.92 billion. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would like also to add a bit of my voice on the issue of senators, that I would actually advise and encourage the senators to actually be having a conversation on how they should be devoted.
Honorable Samuel Moroto, the MP for Kapenguria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think next time you did well when you considered about our ladies who are here. You also come to consider the ranking and age. You see, ranking goes with the age. But I really loved the way members or contributing here. This is now a living house. Some time back, it used to be a talking house, where you just talk, and leave it there. But we need to go more, as some members suggested here. I think we have a committee on implementation. We need to empower this committee. These are the committee who are supported, because I one time served that committee. They are to be given power to go around and see what we pass here. Is it shortcomings, so that they can come and report back to this place until we do an action about it. Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank this Committee of Budget and Appropriation, which I'm also a member. The leadership in that, where we have the chairman is here and the vice. The vice is just a lady from a minority community, this Kenya, but she's doing very well. And the chair is a young man. I think if we get leaders like this one here, and then I personally, because I've been here for some time, the Kenya we want will be realized through this, the kind of young men we have here. He's not pushing his members left and right. He always listens. And that's why some of us are praying for him. In the future, we might, the current president started like that. And we supported him. Even the former prime minister, who some of us, especially the ASAL areas, those areas which were ignored from 1965 by sessional paper number 10, is only the Constitution of 2010, where Raila was the one leading, that produced the equalization fund, that managed to bring those people who are like me, where I come from. When you hear people talking of cat wrestling, it is not a culture the way people say. It's the lack of resources. When you get with your children, and the children are angry and crying the whole night, you have to go to the neighbors. Because the neighbor cannot give you easily. You pick it, come give the food to these children here. When they are happy, the other one of my neighbor, when they cry, they also come to me. But if government can do like the way we are now doing, I want also to thank even the late President Kibaki. That's why we started with this. He gave us the CDF. I was there in 8th Parliament and the 9th Parliament. That's what now 9th Parliament is when we were given by Kibaki. We started with only 6 million. But if you go with the 6 million, compare with the nation, whatever was remaining in the national level, the 6 million did wonderful things on the ground. And that's why even the average you are getting for the CDF compared to the county and the national government, you find this little one here getting something and people appreciate it. Like us there, we used personal island under a tree. And then the wind was carrying away all the time our blackboard and books. But now we have classes. Our children are not now under a tree because of these resources through the CDF and also the equalization that they were brought. Although there was a kind of a mixture, we were wondering why. Because the Constitution talks of 14 counties of equalization for only 20 years. But now we have 34 counties. I don't know where these others came from. But because we are Kenyans, we say, yes, let us go together. Maybe there were some areas which were left also. And then we thought it was only us, the other side. So that's why we always appreciate. I was a teacher and a unionist. We've gone round. We saw some areas, even some where you thought the teachers were doing well. We had to come and request for hardship allowances, even in a central here, where people think central is developed by more than other areas. They are poor areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank and say, if we go with this spirit, where we come together and discuss together, And we get also leaders who have hearts, like the way Raila came, although he went through hell to get even through, to pass even the constitution. It was not a joke. Even we get people like Kibaki, who came in. I remember, Mr. Speaker, I took him to my place. We took him, and not me alone, with the leaders from the leadership of West Pokot. We went there to a place called Alale, a secondary school called Amokriat. When we reached, the guy was almost crying. And he told us, why did you bring me here? Because he saw the level and the situation. People are still wearing the court clothes in the skin. He compared with where he came from. Then he said, no. But it kept quiet. As a leader, he kept quiet. We finished. We came all the way to Jomo Kenyatta Airport. He told his people, bring those leaders from West Pokot to the State House. He ordered from there to get a bus to this secondary school called Amaguriat by himself. Where could you get leaders like that? Mr. Speaker, that's just my prayer. Now we have the government of national unity. I think we need to minimize now the noise we had. I remember in 2005, we had the same government of national unity, and I benefited. It was now after Moi, it was during the Kibaki time. And he appointed me to Home Affairs. We worked. We were in a Kano opposition, like the way we have now our friends, the other side. By then, we used to have opposition, the real opposition, and real government. But now, where we are talking of minority and majority, but we are Kenyans. In fact, somebody was asking me when I was in my constituency the other day, now if we get people from the other, I told them these are Kenyans and professionals. Like now we get Mbadi. We used to be with him in this budget and appropriation last time. He was contributing very well and he understands. I don't know when he goes to that place, he do better than others. In fact, that is my prayer that as we are all Kenyans, we will move together and everything will go well. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank everybody here, especially those who have been contributing. I followed at this, if we can have kind of leaders, like even the ladies, the way they were talking here. Yeah? That's why I don't want to say much because of time, maybe to give other enough fussy. Because I've said, I want to sincerely thank you also, because even yesterday, the way you talked here, it has beared fruits. You are like a prophet. You said, and we saw things coming. Okay, thank you very much, and I support.
The Honorable Julius Meli, because of rank, MP for Tinderet and Chair, Departmental Committee on Education.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this supplementary bill, and this is a very important bill that comes at a time when we are going through very serious economic and social problems facing our country. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chair of Budget and Appropriation Committee, who was actually when goes...
Oh, Julius Meli, I'm reminded by the system of parliament that as chair of Education Committee, you have 15 minutes to speak to this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I actually have a lot of issues to put across. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, we are having this supplementary budget at an unprecedented time. It is a time when, first of all, the appropriation, the finance bill of 2024-25 was actually constitutionally returned to this House, or actually it was rejected. And now the House has to reconsider the appropriation bill 2024 so that it can be able to match the tax regimes of 2023-2024. Mr. Speaker,
I want to laud the Finance and Appropriation Committee for having actually done the compilation of all this, and the various chairs of committees of parliament, and more specifically, the departmental committees, who actually went down, Mr. Speaker, to look at each and every aspect of look at every change that was actually brought into this particular supplementary. The changes were occasioned by, first of all, a reduction because the taxes that were actually removed, and most of these taxes that were actually removed were amounting to about 300 billion shillings. In effect, this was going to affect how the appropriations were going to be undertaken across the country. But I want to point out that, one, that as much as the issues that were raised by the Gen Zs, let me say that, were actually affecting the general populace, we also need to know that each and every item that is before us has to be scrutinized to make sure that it is for the public good. Mr. Speaker, if I look at this, let me just go straight away to some issues that are affecting farmers. I want to say that farmers, more specifically coffee. I come from a region where coffee is actually one of the mainstay, and the government has given in about 2 billion shillings for coffee cherry fund. And this is going to assist the farmers a lot to make sure that they are able to pick their coffee, they are able to get advances, they are able to get fertilizer in their farms, and therefore it will actually increase production. The other crop which is actually very important is the sugar, which I've seen the government has given 1 billion shillings for sugar reforms. In this particular sector, in my constituency, almost 70% are actually sugarcane farmers. Mr. Speaker, these farmers are actually having a lot of issues with their factories, Chemelil, Muhoroni, up to Miwani, where they are owed hundreds of millions of shillings, all the way to Mumias and other factories in western part. So, Mr. Speaker, by looking at agriculture alone, the government has actually decided to make sure that as much as we are actually having issues on raising revenues, they have actually gone down to make sure that we have enough resources to promote tea, to promote coffee, to promote sugar, and on the other hand is on industrialization. And I think in this sector, I want to say that the Chair Budget and Appropriation Committee and the member for Limuru has just put it very clear. We need to create jobs for Kenyans. We don't need to make Kenya a market for other countries and therefore enable other economies to create jobs in their countries and therefore make us a net importer of everything. It was in this house, in the last parliament, Honorable Speaker, that we actually complained a lot that our country is actually becoming a dumping site for well-developed countries. Every other item, the worst of all is a matchbox, a toothpick, and all these things should not be imported. This is exactly what we need to do so that we can allow the young people to be able to generate income by actually starting cottage industries. Where the developed world is today is exactly where we are. If we are not going to have policies that are going to promote industrialization, policies that are going to promote own consumption, 56 million or 50 million people is a big market, which we can actually use it to our advantage. But if we are going to turn our market, our population into market for others, and it's very sad at times in this region, in the 60s and 70s, Kenya was actually the industrial hub of East and Central Africa. As we talk right now, we've seen our neighbors bring a lot of things into this country, and they're selling from Uganda, from Tanzania, from all these. No, we know we are promoting the East African community, but at the same time, we need to be cognizant of the need to make sure that Kenyans have jobs and even the income. And another issue that I want to really make it very clear and is issues that affect the education sector. The education sector is actually a social department. We don't need to get profits. What we need to do is to ensure that we fund this sector to make sure that the learners are not at home. A skilled labor force for this country and the region shall be realized through a proper education system. Skilled labor force for the other parts of the world. Kenyans are renowned in the ICT, in the IT sector. Kenya are renowned in the engineering field. Kenyans are renowned in many sectors. If we are not going to fund the education sector, and more specifically, I want to say this, the university education is very key. Basic education by the Constitution is a basic right. And the Constitution has made it very clear that it is free and compulsory, should be given by the state. But there are certain issues that are missing in this particular budget, in this appropriation bill, that I really want to ask the budget and the chair budget to listen very keenly. Provider of education than the teacher. Teacher needs to be given proper medical allowance. He needs to be given the CBA that had been signed. And furthermore, that particular student who is in class should get the requisite capitation so that the teacher can be able to buy the necessary teaching, learning equipment for the school. He could be able to pay the workers. He could be able to have the BOM teachers and many other things. So I know we have certain deficits, which this sector requires a lot. And I've talked to the chair of the Budget and Appropriation Committee that needs to be addressed immediately. There are certain contracts that has been entered into. For example, the CBA by the unions. That small deficit needs to be plugged in. There is that deficit on medical insurance. And I told the chair you need to plug in on that.
Honorable Paul Meli,
Julius
you have
Meli.
15 minutes so that for you, those deficits for the education sector, for you, those deficits for the education sector.
Thank you. Yes. So that's why, Honorable Chair, I'm just trying to pinpoint those areas so that there are about 67,000 students. There are about 67,000 students in private universities who require about 1.5 billion shillings. These are Kenyans who are in those private universities, and I know as a policy now, we do not have, we are no longer admitting government-sponsored students in public universities. These are the students that are in third and fourth and fifth year. So the government has an obligation to make sure that their monies are remitted. Mr. Speaker, we have also the issue of the new funding formula. I want to laud the government and I want to thank that they have given resources. But still, we still have some money that we need to plug in the same. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that as we look at this supplementary budget, issues on technical education is very key. And majority of Kenyans, the Form 4 leavers, the young men, to be able to be mechanics, to be builders, to be electricians, and all this is going to save the government the headache of trying to get employment for each one. Because in our constituencies, I want to say this, we have the carer projects. These young men, if they register their companies after TVET, they'll be contractors. We are building classrooms. And in those particular classrooms, these young men from TVET are going to be the contractors. They will be electricians from this particular area. So in effect, by not funding the TVET subsector, it will have a spiral effect on the overall socio-economic and political effect for this country. So what we are actually doing, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we realize that failure to touch one area will have ramification across the sector. We also have this issue, which is very important, Mr. Speaker, that I know the government has very clear policies on how to fight corruption. It is important. And I want to say this, that even the chair has just been pointed out that areas that are not necessary, areas that are not important, should not be funded. And on top of that, we need to reduce excesses, largesse in government sector, so that we are going to run a lean government, a lean sector. And by so doing, we should also make sure that the auditing firms are actually made to make sure that the various government offices are accountable. The Office of Auditor General, I know, and in fact, as a good manager, every good manager should embrace that particular Office of Auditor General, because it is giving them alternatives, it is pointing out, it is going to give red flags on areas where the excesses are. Saying is this: these are very important supplementary, and I want to say that the chair and the committee did a very good job. And as a Committee of Education, I want to commend him, especially when we made a proposal that school feeding shall not be undertaken by a sector that they do not understand the needs of children. And when we made that proposal as a committee, that school feeding be brought back to the Minister of Education, he actually listened to us, because the learners and the Minister of Education, it can never be done in ASAL. It can never be done by regional development. You know, it is about accountability. Let the sector that had issues be told to account for it. And if there are administrative and professional problems, I think they shall be sorted out. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I support. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Indikiri Mugambi, MP for Buri.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. At the onset, I would like to commend the committee for aligning this supplementary budget with the manifesto of the government in place. Mr. Speaker, the happenings of the last 1 month have given us our failures. They have told us exactly where we have been going wrong. And I would like to say this, Mr. Speaker. It takes sometimes a bit of suffering to realize the way forward. The economics that I learned, he said, it is necessary to destroy or do away with what you have so that you have a better foundation. That's Tom Schumpeter's. Mr. Speaker, what we are dealing with right now are issues of mismanagement of resources. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the committee for critically looking at the areas where the possibility of mismanagement of resources that we have is quite high. Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge the committee that going forward, what we need to do as the basis for allocation of new budget for each MDA is the performance and utilization of the resources that they were given in the player here. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be every year in, every year out, that we are doing the same things. When we call the CSs, the PSs, the accounting officers, to come and do a presentation, we don't go in depth as 3 objectives. Short-term objectives, long-term mid-term objectives, and long-term objectives. Mr. Speaker, if we are targeting to create jobs, we must protect our industries. We must promote local industries. We must enhance productivity across the nation. Mr. Speaker, we cannot grow manufacturing if we don't practice protecting what we have locally and encouraging the potential that we have. Mr. Speaker, when the government targets taxation on imported items, it is not because we want to target and tax our traders. No. The objective here is to promote the local industries and productivity. Mr. Speaker, we have allowed Kenya to be a supermarket where we are even importing onions. We are about to start importing tomatoes. It's dangerous. Mr. Speaker, any budget, any money that collected from the taxpayers must go towards enhancing local manufacturing and hence productivity. Mr. Speaker, we haven't been targeting very much on value addition. And I've looked at this budget, and what I'm seeing is a deliberate effort to enhance value addition in specific sectors like tea, coffee, dairy, leather industry, and even cotton. I don't want to commend the government. But you see, that is a long-term objective, but it has to start from somewhere. And I want to commend the committee because that's the foundation the committee has started looking at. Mr. Speaker, you know, there's a lot of misinformation out there. There's total lapse in civic education when it comes to the budgeting process. I took a lot of time to explain to the people that the finance bill is the tail end. Actually, what we need to start with at the moment of budget policy statement is when we need to go wider to the public out there and talk about our budget and our budgeting processes so that our people will know what the government is going through. The president of this republic, I'll never hesitate to say, he means well for this country. And he needs everybody on board so that we can travel this journey of enhancing the economy of this country. Mr. Speaker, I ask the chairman of the committee that we need a lot of civic education so that we collect this information that is out there, especially what this parliament does. This parliament has a responsibility of enhancing this economy short-term, mid-term, and long-term. Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest problems and where the can is bottomless is the procurement in this country. There is need for now to address the entire procurement policy and activities for each MDA. Mr. Speaker, I go to buy a pen in the supermarket. If I go to the ministry, the pen will cost 5 shillings. At the ministry, because of the procurement, they buy it at 10 shillings. This is wastage. There is nothing that is scarce that we cannot amend our procurement and save a lot of money. And that's one of the things that is healing. Because you find things that somebody is buying a vehicle here from Toyota Kenya at X amount, and somebody else goes through the government procurement, it is almost like it has 20% markup. We need to address that. And have to look at that. Corruption is a major issue. And I thank the committee because they have been pointing the loopholes and are pointing to them, one of them, that is procurement. Mr. Speaker, the pending bills is another canless. We know for sure there are some guys who cannot account for what they did. Mr. Speaker, there's a contractor in my constituency. He has done nothing, but I think he has been paid almost like 3/4 of the value of the load. It's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, misdirecting of resources on things that can be collected. And I want to quote Kenya Airways. We have spent a lot of money on Kenya Airways, here in, here out, but nobody has gotten an answer as to what is healing Kenya Airways. This is a very important sector in our country, and Kenya know. And they expect every financial year, Kenya Airways will be given money by the checker. We are trying to strive to salvage an entity swallowing Kenyan taxpayers' money here in, here out, and nobody is really coming out and pinpointing the problem that is with Kenya Airways. And those people who come out to pinpoint what is healing Kenya Airways, some of them are sacked. Some of them are removed. And that's an aspect like misdirection of resources and corruption at the same time. I think we need to address these matters. Number 3, I support the president. We can't start new projects when the old projects are incomplete. And the budget that I'm seeing, the chairman is here, incomplete project. Let's finish the incomplete project. Kenyans, we have lived with this incomplete project for over 20 years. We can wait for 1 more year. We are going to tighten our dressing, our driving, our eating habits. Mr. Speaker, this budget has brought in the element of equality and equity. Something that has not been there. The areas said to be marginalized. The areas which requires affirmative action. The areas that requires intervention. And I want to thank the committee for this action, affirmative action, on the allocation of resources for electricity. It's very unfortunate that we are where we are. My constituency, Mbadi constituency, we are 35% connected. And I was very happy when the Finance Bureau was addressing this matter, but people were given the wrong information. We had put a lot of hopes for our people. My people in my constituencies expected a lot of connectivity. I want to thank God because I have 15 minutes, not 5. Because this budget now is geared to that. Mr. Speaker, this country is in a lot of problems in the long term. The issue of climate change. And I want to thank the committee for really emphasizing on this. Mr. Speaker, the most mismanaged sector in this country is education. And I wouldn't like the chairman to run away from hearing this because he has spent a lot of time talking about the problems in the ministry. Yes, he is in charge of this in this parliament. Right now, the information out there is that
I wanted to request Chair to just allow him conclude.
I'll conclude then because he doesn't.
Honorable Indikiri, you have less than 1 minute.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we really need money. We need infrastructure, even infrastructure. We need equal distribution of money through the ministry. If there is any ministry with a lot of unskilled, imbalanced. And that's why some areas are performing better than others. Some areas have better schools than others. Some areas are funded more than others. Inequality, equity must be exercised by the ministry. Equally, Mr. Speaker, we are pleading that the Ministry of Education comes out with, right now, correct information on the funding of the university. This government is doing quite a lot, but the information out there is not correct. And what I will ask the chairman of budget and the chairman of let me finish that.
Honorable Dido,
yes, let me finish.
Somewhere behind you there.
Is that we need to have a civic education campaign starting between now. By the time university students go back to the university in September, October, they know that the parents are not being overcharged. It is causing a lot of problems out there. The chairman of budget has put a lot of money for education, but the way it is coming out there, it is not light. So, Mr. Chairman, with those few remarks, I support.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Dido Raso, Vice Chair, the Administration and Internal Affairs Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you indeed. I think you accommodated myself and Honorable Rindikiri when time had run out. And I think they say that great times call for great leaders. I think that is leadership on your part, and indeed we are very grateful. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support a budget presented fit. Once the finance bill was thrown out, they had to come up with fresh, we'll have the budget for 2024-25. And for that reason, I want to thank the chairman of budget and also our members who form part of that committee. Honorable Speaker, they say that choices have consequences. And as soon as we were not able to get the finance bill, then we had to cut our cloth to our size. And this is why this particular budget actually is not supplementary. I think we have just redone the budget that we did almost 3 weeks ago in June. And for that reason, I want to thank the House, particularly the Speaker, and the team that has been able to galvanize so that in the end, Kenya gets a budget. Honorable Speaker, I want to just talk on a few issues. First is about security. Listening to our security team, both Interior and the National Police Service, as soon as the austerity measures were announced, I think there was a bit of disquiet because the police hardly have enough vehicles. Many police stations are not adequately manned. They talk about the issue of clothing, the issue of ration, and there are rafts of issues that potentially can undermine the security of our people, particularly those who don't live in towns or major centers. So for that reason, whereas austerity measures are good and important, we must look at those areas or those things that should never compromise the security of our people wherever they may be. Secondly, the Ministry of Interior was going to come up with many sub-counties, locations, sub-locations, to be able to provide services closer to the people, where you are going to have the DCCs, the ACCs, the chiefs and the assistant chiefs. But with austerity measures, even some of the ongoing projects of construction of new sub-counties are likely to be defaulted. This will have potential in affecting service provision to our people, particularly those areas that are underserviced by the national government. These in itself are some of the areas that maybe in supplementary too, we must deeply reflect to see that where is money going to be put if resources are found. Honorable Speaker, you sit in my committee. We were able to visit the sub-counties and counties in the North Rift that are terribly affected. Measures, we see potential of some of the bandits or those armed groups likely to regain their position and affect us once again. Because for us, when you gain ground, when you are able to place your right foot forward and restore security in an area, then you don't expect regression. And then you don't expect regression. And not putting enough resources into security may have a potential danger in that area. Honorable Speaker, the other issue, looking at this budget, as a committee, we were looking at the issues of duplication and also overlap of mandate, particularly in state departments that basically do coordination of government services. And as the committee of appropriations sit, they must do a tooth comb to see that government is not overly duplicating or overly coordinating. Those resources can really go to dire areas to provide service to our people. Honorable Speaker, the other area that is really of concern is those departments that are able to have good A&Es. The government printer is one of them. The immigration is the other. If we put enough resources into the government printer, because basically they are the ones who are printing all government documents, all confidential documents of government of Kenya. If we put enough resources, that government printer is able to run the Ministry of Interior. The immigration, we have seen that immigration is able to plow to the national coffers close to 100 billion shillings. If we put enough resources into that department of government, then we see the potential of that particular department giving us enough resources. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dido Raso, how many more minutes do you need to conclude? I see we are on the hour.
Maybe just 3 minutes, Honorable Speaker.
3 minutes?
Yes.
Not hurrying.
Yes.
Because the other alternative is that we postpone you to tomorrow.
I think I'm just finishing.
So then finish.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that magnanimity. So for that reason, if we put enough money in those departments that are able to plow enough A&A into the national coffers, then that is where we should put our money. Secondly, it is about the livestock sector. It is a very important sector, particularly for us, the pastoralist communities. We occupy 70% of the Kenya's rangeland. Our mainstay of that economy is livestock. This government, for the first time in history, they were able to put 1 billion into the restocking of livestock following that terrible drought that we experienced almost over 3 years. And that is money, if properly put and checked and adequately tailored to meet the objective of bringing back the pastoralist economy, then I think we are on the right track. I want to plead with the Honorable Chair of the budget. There is money called the Equalization Fund. If you can get a few shillings from equalization to restocking, then I think the pastoralist communities will be really happy about that. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to just say as follows. For Kenya to be an industrialized country, middle income, as per Vision 2030, we must put a lot of effort in terms of local manufacturing so that our youth, instead of complaining, there's enough jobs, their hands are occupied, their minds are occupied. So for that reason, the axiom, build Kenya, buy Kenya, should be at forefront for this House. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I must say that we are different parties, but what we have seen today, one party called ODM has risen to the occasion to put Kenya first. And many of us, without fear of contradiction, will talk about it that they are great leaders who walk this country. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support, and I thank you for the time you have given me.
Thank you, Honorable Ido Raso. We rise. Honorable members, the time being 9:34 p.m., this House stands adjourned to tomorrow. Tomorrow, Thursday, 25th day of July, 2024, at 2:30 p.m.